I'd like to convene the City Council meeting for February 17th, 2015. So I call this meeting to order. Closed session. Do we have anything reportable?
Mr. Mayor, council members, the council previously took action to settle a dispute involving a property located at 22462 Hummingbird Lane in Lake Forest. That has culminated in an agreement to settle that dispute, and that has been executed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to public session. I'll open up the public session, and we'd like to invite Father, an Coptic Orthodox priest, Father Marina, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. And
Do you hear me?
we can hear you. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming. And we in America have been granted so many freedoms and blessings from our Lord, and some of your faith and ours are struggling for their life and having atrocities committed upon them. So thank you so much for coming and allowing us to pray with you for our nation and your people.
Thank you. And I appreciate for allowing me to be here today, especially today as you have heard the news of the past 2 days, the killing of Coptic Christians in Libya. So it was, this is a real testimony for Christ everywhere. So if you allow me, there is a special prayer that we pray for the leader of the land and the government. I'm going to just read it as it is from the books that we have been using it for our liturgies in the past almost 2,000 years. So the priest starts like this. He calls on with chanting. I'm not going to be chanting it so that you don't have to cope with my voice. So we say the king or the leader, it depends on which the church is, the king or the leader of the land, your servant. And the people would say, Lord, have mercy. And then the priest goes like this. Keep him in peace, righteousness, and strength. May all the barbarians, the nations that desire wars against all our prosperity, be subdued unto him. Speak to his heart concerning the peace of your one only Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. Grant him to think peacefully toward us and toward your holy name, that we too may lead a quiet and peaceful life, and may be found dwelling in all godliness and all dignity in you. And the people say, Lord, have mercy. So if you allow me to conclude by the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Christ Jesus our Lord. For thine the kingdom, the power, the glory forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance. May you all stand and prepare to pledge your allegiance to the greatest symbol of freedom in the world, and something that we here in America sometimes forsake and look upon as not such a glory thing, but those that are being prosecuted overseas and fighting for their lives and struggling, may we remember them in our prayers. And thank you so much, Father Marina. And with that, I'll pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Presentations.
Move presentations.
Second. This is a declaration for. It's working now.
You can take a vote.
Oh, and all in favor?
That motion carried unanimously.
Okay, Madam Clerk, this is a proclamation. This is. I hope you all brought your plastic inserts for your thing. This is Engineer Week, and so and Tom Wheeler, being our public engineer, we want to thank you for the job you've done for our city and continue to do, and we recognize you for that. And thank you so much. We have a certificate for you, and I guess we'll present that to you later. But thank you so much for the job you do. We want to recognize you, so thank you.
Agenda item 3, presentation by the Orange County Human Relations Council, submitted by City Clerk.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, chief, and community members. I'm here tonight to report some of the work that our not-for-profit organization, Orange County Relation, has done here in the city of Lake Forest. Earlier today, I left you each a copy of our annual report that you could browse through. And our vision is that we believe that all people have a right to live free from discrimination and violence, so we provide programs to create safe, respectful communities. This year, our community became more diverse and our world a little bit smaller. We saw an increase in profane, abusive, and hate speech during some council meetings, making your job a little bit more difficult, protecting free speech rights while maintaining civility. Orange County Human Relations partners with cities to manage challenging issues with meaningful participation to all residents in the decision-making, maintaining civility and healing as a community in the wake of difficult conflict. We also partner with several community schools to bring our Bridges program, and many of our programs are provided countywide. But we would like to share the following data about some of the additional services exclusively for your beautiful city. We mediated 42 cases, as well as 4 family mediations in the community or courts where one of the parties was a resident of Lake Forest. In collaboration with Lake Forest Police on Hate Crimes and individuals or community groups on hate incidents, we documented 2 hate crimes, and we facilitated 1 police community reconciliation case in Lake Forest. We sought to build a sense of community with Lake Forest residents and staff through the hate victim support. And in conclusion, over 22 years, Orange County's Human Relations partnered with Orange County cities to proactively build understanding and positive relations among diverse residents, bring police and diverse residents together to build safe, respectful neighborhoods, address tragic conflict, overcome the divisiveness that erodes our sense of community, and sustains the infrastructure to assist in crisis situations when they occur. We've also held many listening sessions in different communities to help build a bridge amongst our community members and build understanding. So just as important as the infrastructure of storm drains, curbs, and gutters are to the protection of the Lake Forest residents, it is Orange County's Human Relations infrastructure of effective intergroup relations programs with trained professional staff and positive relationships with diverse elements of our communities that can be called on for Orange County Human Relations. So with that said, we'd like to present the mayor, and we would like to honor your city for your support of good human relations last year with the presentation of this certificate of recognition.
Thank you so much.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wonderful evening.
Agenda item 4, 2014 Resident and Business Survey, submitted by Deputy City Manager, Director of Management Services.
Mayor and members of the City Council. To begin the process to update the city's 5-year strategic business plan, the City commissions a survey of residents and businesses to identify issues and track satisfaction with city services over time. Based upon a competitive proposal process, True North Research was selected to provide this service. Leading True North Research is its president, Timothy McLarney, Ph.D. Dr. McLarney is a nationally recognized expert in survey research methodology, sampling theory, weighting, and the use of statistical methods to generalize survey results. His research has been recognized at the national and state conferences, has been published in academic journals, and has earned him honors, including the title of Visiting Scholar at the Institute of Governmental Studies at UC Berkeley. He has also served as an independent expert witness in survey research. Dr. McLarney is the author of the City of Lake Forest 2014 Community Satisfaction Study, the results of which he will present to you now. At this point, I will turn it over to Dr. McLarney.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I am Dr. Tim McLarney, president of True North, and we're a firm that specializes in working with California cities as well as other public agencies around the state in using surveys like this to develop a statistically reliable understanding of the communities and customers that they serve. To date, my business partner and I, working as a two-person team, have designed and conducted about 900 research studies for public agencies, and about 200 of those studies are what we call community satisfaction surveys, similar to what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's also worth mentioning, as Deborah had said, that I've worked with the city now going on a little over a decade doing Lake Forest Community Satisfaction Survey. And so in tonight's presentation, I'm going to be focusing not only on the results in 2014, I have the ability to also show you how these results have trended over time for some of the key performance metrics. Tonight's presentation is about 20 slides, obviously just covering the highlights. There's a full report available. It's about 100 pages of detail. So for those who are interested in looking at these results in more detail than what we're talking about tonight, I'd encourage you to go look at that report. I also welcome questions from council as I go or at the end, whichever is your preference. Okay.
Thank you.
Which way am I going with this? Is it okay if you advance the slides, Anna? There we go. Okay. Before we talk about the results, it's probably helpful to take a moment to talk about both the purpose, or the why we conduct this study, as well as the methodology, or how we conduct the study. In the industry, we call these community satisfaction surveys. They're really designed to do two things. On the one hand, they are a needs assessment tool. It's an opportunity to understand the needs and priorities and preferences of your residents and local businesses with respect to the services and facilities that are provided by the city. The other side of that coin is performance measurement. So once you understand what their needs are, how well are you as a city in performing and meeting their needs? Where might you be exceeding their needs? Where are you meeting their needs? And where might there be opportunities for improvement? You also see that we have a series of questions about communication that we'll talk about. And again, one of the goals of this study is not just to tell us how we're doing in 2014, but how is the city doing over time, going back, in some cases, as far back as the year 2000. In terms of methodology, both of these surveys, or two separate surveys, one of residents and one of businesses, both of them were principally relied on telephone data collection, although for businesses as well as residents that preferred, we gave them the opportunity to participate online using a password-protected site that we provide. So if somebody preferred to go online, they could use a particular password that was unique to them. Once they used that password, it could no longer be used again, and that was our way of protecting the site so that only residents and local businesses could participate that were randomly selected, and making sure that they participated just once. In terms of samples, how we went about selecting these individuals for participating in the study, the resident survey, as it always has been, is based on the voter file in the city of Lake Forest. We use what's called a stratified and clustered random voter sample of registered voters. I can get into that in detail if you're interested, but suffice it to say it's a methodology where we're not just ensuring that we have a random sample, but we're also ensuring at the end of that process that the profile of that sample in some ways isn't left to chance, meaning that we ensure that we have the appropriate percentages of residents in terms on key demographics like age and gender and where they live in the city. The business sample was a stratified sample of 200 local businesses. We stratified that one by the type of business it is in the city, as well as the location. The data collection was in November through January this year. We paused for several weeks over the holidays, and then the reason it ran into January is we've had some of the business surveys. We decided to halt and wait until after the holidays and come back and get those interviews. Now, because these were samples, random samples, and not a census of all your registered voters and all your local businesses, they have what's known as a margin of error due to sampling. And in that case, it's plus or minus 4.9% for the resident survey and plus or minus 6.9% for the business survey. Okay, on to the results. I'm going to start with the resident survey results and then transition to the business survey results. One of the first questions that we ask in the survey is we ask residents to rate the overall quality of life in Lake Forest, where they say it's excellent, good, fair, poor, or very poor. We show here on the far left the results for 2014, as well as how they compare to prior years where this question has been asked. In 2014, you had 92% of your residents say that they felt that the quality of life in Lake Forest is either excellent or good. You had about 8% who said fair, and hardly anybody who said poor or very poor. If you compare that to 2012, it's similar. There's actually a slight statistically significant increase in the percentage who said fair, and the overall percentage in 2012 was 96%. But probably one of the other more interesting trends that we've seen in Lake Forest over time, and one of the values of continuing to do this survey over time, is if you go back to 2004, you can see that the percentage who said excellent at that time was 46%. The percentage in the last 2 years is 55%. So we've seen this growth over time, and a modest growth over time in the percentage of residents who are saying it's excellent. Not shown here, but certainly shown in the report, as we break these results down across different subgroups of respondents, so by age, by gender, by how long they've lived in the city, and other factors. And what you find is that the positive perceptions of the quality of life in Lake Forest are also widespread. There wasn't a single subgroup that had less than 80% of residents say that they felt the quality of life was either excellent or good. Now, following up that question, we ask, if the city government could do one thing to make Lake Forest a better place to live now and in the future, what would you like to see? This is what we call an open-ended question, meaning that we ask the question and then we're quiet. We listen to their responses and then we record that verbatim. We then go back through and look at the verbatim responses and group them into the categories that you see here on the slide. And what you find is the top two responses to that question are not sure, can't think of anything, and no change is needed, right? Everything's fine. That's actually a good result. When you think about the nature of this question, you're handing somebody a soapbox and saying, stand up on that soapbox and tell us one thing we could do as a city to make Lake Forest a better place to live. And they say no changes are needed or nothing comes to mind, right? That's generally a good sign. In terms of the specific suggestions that were mentioned, reducing traffic congestion was the number one. You had 14% of folks who said that that was the one thing that they felt the city could do to improve the quality of life in the city, or what they'd most want to see, followed by improving parks and recreation, about 11%, limiting growth and development, about 8%. Now, this slide right here is probably the most important slide that I'll share with you from the resident survey, and it's the answer to the question, generally speaking, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the job the City of Lake Forest is doing to provide city services? Now, because we're asking their opinion of the city's performance in providing services overall, we're not mentioning a specific service or facility. This can be considered an overall performance rating for the city. Again, we show the results for 2014 on the far left, and then all the results from prior years going back to the year 2000. In 2014, you had 90%, or 9 out of 10 residents say that they were satisfied with the city's overall performance in providing city services. That's down a bit from the high water mark set in 2012, which was 95%. But over time, what you've seen in general in Lake Forest is this fairly consistent in the sort of low to mid-90s in terms of the overall satisfaction, but the intensity of satisfaction, that percent very satisfied, has tended to sort of grow over time. If you go back to the year 2000, for example, you had 45% of residents say they were very satisfied. In 2014, that has jumped to 57%. Also, again, see that this is, the answers to this question are very consistent across subgroups. There wasn't a single Lake Forest subgroup, resident subgroup, for whom 87% the rates were 87% or higher across all subgroups in terms of overall satisfaction. Okay, now up to this point, the study has been purposely general. We're talking about overall quality of life, overall satisfaction with city services. At this point, we start to drill down into specific service areas, and the first slide here shows satisfaction with police services. So for each one of those items you see on that slide, we simply asked them to tell us if they were, how satisfied or dissatisfied they were with the city's efforts to provide that service. And what you see in police services is all but one of those services had at least 92% of residents say that they were satisfied with the city's performance in this area. Providing neighborhood watch programs is the one at the bottom there, that where you've got a slightly larger percent of folks who said that they were dissatisfied. But even for that lowest item, you had 88% of residents who said they were satisfied with the city's service. When you compare these results to 2012, there were no statistically significant changes. So they are comparable to what we saw 2 years ago. Similar format, we asked about development services, those 4 items you see here on this slide. And you see at the top of that list, you had inspecting buildings. 92% of residents said they were satisfied with the city's efforts to provide that service. Similar percentage for enforcing sign regulations, and then satisfaction dips to about 87% for issuing building permits and enforcing zoning regulations, but again, quite high. Again, this is an area where we did not see any statistically significant changes between 2012 and 2014. Public Works, we asked about each of the items you see here on this slide. Again, asked them to tell us how satisfied they were. For all but the lowest ranked item on that list, you had about 93% or higher of residents say that they were satisfied with that service. At the top, you had maintaining parks and picnic areas, 97%, providing street sweeping services, 96%, maintaining public landscapes, 96%. The one that stands out at the bottom there is reducing traffic congestion. You had 73% of residents say they were satisfied with this item. This is also an item where we did see a statistically significant change when compared to 2012. That satisfaction rating went down about 10% over the last 2 years. And we'll have a little more to talk about traffic congestion in a minute because we have some special questions on that in the survey as well. And then finally, in terms of the silos by division or department, we asked about a series of services provided in the Community Services Department. And what you see here, again, is, generally speaking, high levels of satisfaction overall. At the top of that list, providing recreation and sports for elementary school children, for example, you had 92% of residents say they were satisfied with that. Similar percentages for providing special events like concerts in the park, providing recreation programs for teens. At the bottom of that list, there's providing recreation programs for special needs children. You had 83% of residents say they were satisfied with the city's efforts to provide that service. Okay, I mentioned traffic congestion earlier. That was one of the items where we saw a statistically significant decline in resident satisfaction with the city's efforts to reduce traffic congestion. We had a few more questions on traffic that I'm going to be talking about, and I wanted to sort of preface that by putting this into context with what we've seen over the past 14 years in Lake Forest in terms of the percentage of folks who said that they were satisfied with the city's efforts to reduce traffic congestion. And what you see is that there was a decline of about 10%, as I mentioned, between 2012 and 2014, from 83% satisfied to 73% satisfied. What's interesting, though, is if you look back, 2014 is actually pretty comparable to what we saw in 2008, 2006, even 2004 in terms of satisfaction, but higher than 2000 and 2002. I do this work for a lot of cities, and one of the things that you get to see when you do that over time is that there's certain patterns that emerge. And one of the things that is consistent across a lot of cities is that leading up to the recession, right, issues of traffic congestion were top of mind for most residents, right? It was the dominant issue in a lot of cities. If you go back and look at some of Lake Forest surveys from that time, it was the #1 issue. What happened when the recession hit is suddenly there's other issues that were competing for the minds of residents in terms of importance of issues like the economy, the jobs market, right, those sorts of things. And so and also the recession, because of high unemployment, tended to reduce peak period traffic congestion. And so what we've seen in not just Lake Forest but other places is that concerns about traffic congestion during the recession sort of died out compared to where they were. Other issues popped up in terms of importance, and that the perception that traffic congestion is an issue in the city has generally died off. While as we're coming out of the recession, right, unemployment's not an issue. You're starting to see higher levels of peak period traffic congestion. People aren't so much worried about the economy anymore, and they're starting to see things that they haven't seen in a while, like development, right? Because there was a virtual standstill of development during the recession. So what we've seen here in Lake Forest, I think, is what we see in other cities. This pattern is that as you're emerging from the recession, traffic congestion is once again reemerging as the #1 concern among residents. We asked a question, in anticipating this, we asked a question in the 2014 survey about when you are driving either on freeways, major streets in Lake Forest, or residential areas in Lake Forest, about what percentage of your trips do you encounter bad traffic congestion. So you see on freeways, 56%, about half the trips residents reported. This is the average among all residents who answer this question. Said about half the trips they encounter bad traffic congestion. The rate's lower but still substantial, 45% for major streets in the city, and then when you look at residential areas of Lake Forest, about 20%. So on average, your residents said about 20% of the time in residential areas they're encountering bad traffic congestion. Now, despite encountering traffic congestion in the city, what's interesting is residents also perceive that Lake Forest traffic problem isn't worse than other local Orange County cities, and in fact, and for the most part, they think it's either comparable or a little better. You have 45% who said in general Lake Forest seems to have less traffic congestion than other cities in Orange County. You had about 39% who said the same, about 14% who said traffic congestion is actually worse in Lake Forest than it is in neighboring cities. And then we asked a question also that was a little more pointed with residents. We asked, generally speaking, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the city's efforts to improve traffic circulation by improving roads and intersections, timing traffic signals, and other measures? And what you see is it's about 3 residents satisfied with the city's efforts in this area for every 1 that's dissatisfied. When we asked individuals what was their main transportation improvement that they'd like to see in the city, what you found is synchronizing traffic signals was the top response. About 22% said they wanted that. And then basic street repair and maintenance was the second most rated item. All right, changing gears, we took the survey. The survey was an opportunity to ask individuals about, in each year we dig into a specific area. One of the areas we dug into this year was recreation facility priorities. And for each of the items that you see there on that slide on the left, we simply asked them to tell us, should this be a high, a medium, or a low priority for future city spending, or should the city not spend any money on this item? We introduced a sense of competition in this survey and in this question, because if you just say, would you like to have a network of hiking, biking trails, would you like to have new playground equipment, you just get yes, yes, yes to all those things, right? So we introduce a sense of competition by saying not everything can be a high priority. And what you find when we ask this question, that there's really sort of 2 priorities at the top that stand out from the rest. That's expanding, improving the network of walking, hiking, and biking trails locally, as well as adding and upgrading playground equipment at existing parks. Those are the 2 dominant, followed by providing off-leash dog park facilities, providing a community swimming pool, and providing additional sports courts. Okay, and I think I have 2 more questions for the resident survey, and then I'll switch and I have a few on the business. We asked individuals how satisfied they are with the city's efforts to communicate with residents through newsletters, the internet, social media, and other means. And again, we're showing 2014 on the far left, as well as the results to this question going back to 2000. This is one area where we did see significant change in the past 2 years. Overall, you have 82% who said they were satisfied with the city's communication efforts, but you can see that the intensity of satisfaction has declined in the past 2 years. That percentage who said they were very satisfied went down to about 44% compared to 52% in 2012, for example, and 58% in 2010. When we've seen this kind of pattern in other cities, what it's almost always associated with is a change in the sources that residents turn to for information about the city. And in particular, what you tend to see is a migration away from city-sponsored sources towards secondary sources. And what we found in Lake Forest was that is in fact what happened over the last 2 years. We asked individuals what information sources they use to find out about City of Lake Forest news, information, and programming. The dark blue bars here are representing 2014. The light blue bars are 2012. And what we've seen over the last 2 years is about an 18-point drop in the percentage who reference the city's newsletter as their source for information about city news, events, and programming. We're seeing an increase in the percentage of non-city websites that are being used, city websites being down. And so that pattern of declining satisfaction overall with communication is very consistent with the source change that we're seeing here. And so one of the challenges, I think, from a city is figuring out how are we going to recapture residents' interests in terms of turning to our news sources when it comes to learning about news, information, and programming in the city. All right, now changing gears to the business survey. I have fewer slides here. We asked individuals in the business community how they'd rate the business climate in Lake Forest overall compared to other cities in the area. Would they say it's excellent, good, fair, poor, or very poor? We found in 2014, 84% of local businesses rated the business climate in Lake Forest as excellent or good. That's down a little bit from the all-time high set in 2012, but certainly higher than it's been prior to that, going back to 2006. Like the resident survey, we also asked them overall how satisfied they are with the city's efforts to provide city services. And what you found in 2014 is you had 87% of local businesses say that they were satisfied with the city's overall performance in this respect. You had 61% who said they were very satisfied. And again, this is one of those areas where if you go back over time, you see this trend over time that's very promising. In 2000, you had 40% of local businesses say they were very satisfied with the city's efforts to provide city services. By 2014, that's all the way up to 61%. Like the resident survey, we also asked local businesses to rate their satisfaction with respect to the city's efforts to communicate with local businesses through newsletters, the internet, and other means. And what we're seeing here is a different trend. In the resident survey, we saw satisfaction went down a bit. In the business survey, we see that satisfaction actually went up a bit. It's 88%. That's the highest to date. Like what I said earlier about the relationship between reliance on city-sponsored sources and this pattern, what we would expect to see given this is that reliance of business community on city-sponsored sources have actually gone up in the last 2 years, and that's in fact what we saw. There you go. What you see among the business community, reliance on the city newsletters actually went up about 5% during this time. Okay, so last slide, key conclusions. And I go into a lot more detail on this in the full report, so I'll be brief here, and then I welcome questions from council. The most obvious takeaway from the survey when you see these types of results is that satisfaction continues to be high among Lake Forest residents and local businesses with respect to the services that the city is providing. It's also widespread. We saw that in terms of positive perceptions of the quality of life among residents, as well as the business climate in the city among local businesses. We had about 9 in 10 residents, as well as nearly that many businesses who were satisfied with the city's overall performance, and we saw that overall rating typically transferred to the more specific service and facility areas we tested as well. And in fact, in the resident survey, for example, of the 33 specific service areas we tested, 31 of them had resident satisfaction of 85% or higher. To the extent that you can view this as a report card, this is a very good report card, right? And these are the types of results that are certainly earned, right? These aren't given, these are earned. Now, the other thing I would say, though, like any customer satisfaction survey, it should not just be how are we doing today, but where do we have opportunities to improve in the future, right? To looking forward and seeing how can we push resident and business satisfaction even higher than it already is. The first recommendation I have in this area, though, is stay the course. And what I mean by that is, when you have 9 out of 10 residents and local businesses saying they're satisfied with what you're doing as a city, that's a good score, right? And if you do nothing else as a city over the next 2 years, you should focus on continuing to provide the quality of services that you have already, because the residents and businesses recognize you for that and have come to expect it. With that in mind, there are opportunities from the survey that stand out as opportunities where you might, as a city, be able to improve satisfaction even higher. And those are the bullets that you see there, reducing traffic congestion being the top one among residents and local businesses, as well as recreation programs and facilities for residents. I should note that this survey was conducted, I think, right before the sports park opened, right? And so we don't sort of have that impact represented here in this survey, but it will be interesting to see what happens in 2 years on that item. And some of the other bullets there as well. So that's the end of my presentation, and I certainly welcome questions from council if you have any.
Anything from the council? Councilman Robinson? Councilman Nick? Gardner? Go ahead.
I have 2 questions. Fair warning, I'm a former psychologist, university professor, but I'm not a surveyor. You've done far more surveys probably in a month than I did in my entire career. On the other hand, I'm fully cognizant of research. About a year or so ago, I went through, I know you've done many surveys, 200. I looked at about a dozen surveys that your company had done for cities here in Southern California. And when I looked at them, I was amazed at how our results, no question, are good, but many cities are even better. In fact, many cities, of the 12 I looked at, I think about 10 or so had excellent results, ourselves included. 90% is nothing to be embarrassed about. But many had 94, 96, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any explanation what is going on in California? Are we all drinking the potion that everybody down here is so happy? Are there no unhappy cities?
You know, there's definitely unhappy cities. To give you perspective on that, the highest, I'm trying to think of the highest I've ever seen, it's probably about 97% satisfied overall. I've also seen it in the 40s.
Oh, so
right? So there's a huge range in terms of the satisfaction. And so I'm not sure which cities you chose to look at.
Mission Viejo, just the last Mission Viejo, Aliso Viejo,
Yeah.
Beverly Hills.
It's interesting is the cities in Southern Orange County, I will say this, tend to perform well compared to all the cities that I've worked with. I've also found that one of the cities that performs particularly well is the city of Westlake Village, and you know it's a nice little hamlet, and the reason I think that their scores are so high in part is because those individuals get on the freeway and they drive into LA every day, right? And so they get to experience that environment and then come back to their community, right? And so I think you also have a bit of that in Southern Orange County as well, is that the people who live here also get to experience other parts of Southern California, and so they come home and they really appreciate where they live.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have for you is a bit of a paradox, and I wonder if you could turn to slide 6. And again, if you have some ideas. Slide 6 seems to show that over time, our satisfaction is going up. People's satisfaction with city services is going up. Would that be fair to say?
I would say that what you're seeing here is if you look at overall satisfaction, the reason why I like to, and that's if you're adding up the two green slices there. And the reason why I often combine those is because when we ask the question, we first ask, are you satisfied or dissatisfied, right? And we split them on that. And then we ask about, will that be very satisfied or somewhat satisfied? So here what we're seeing is the overall satisfaction rating has remained fairly stable, I think, over time. It tends to hover in the low 90s to mid 90s. But what we're seeing is the intensity of satisfaction, that percent very satisfied, had gone up consistently over time. And there's a few deviations in there, but if you put a line to that, it's generally an upward slope. And so I think the intensity of satisfaction in general has improved. The overall satisfaction has remained pretty stable.
So we'd be better off, as we go over these in more detail, not to make a big difference between the excellence and the very goods and et cetera, but
No, I think I do like to focus on the intensity, and it works on both sides. Just here where we see that when you're at 90% to 95% satisfied, you don't have much room to go. I've never seen a city hit 100, right? And so where your level of improvement tends to happen is not so much in improving the overall satisfaction as improving that percentage who are very satisfied, right? So I think it's very instructive that over time that percentage of very satisfied, which started at 45% in the year 2000, right, has gone up as high as 63% in 2012. It's at 57% this year. So I think that's a lot of where the action is, quite frankly, when you're looking at these results, is recognizing once you're at 90%, you can go 90, 95%, 96%. You're not going to hit 100, so your improvement opportunities tend to be in that percentage, very satisfied, or the intensity.
Okay, thank you very much. The survey will help us a lot. Thank you.
Council. Councilman Robinson.
Thank you very much, Dr. McClarney, for putting this together, and really appreciate that. Appreciate the entire report. I think it's going to be invaluable as it has been in years past. So one of the parts that stuck out to me was the communication with residents and deviating away from newsletters, moving toward alternative sources. What were you able to discover kind of in greater detail there? And does that seem to be more of a demographic trend where younger people are doing that, or does that seem to be across the board?
It's interesting. There is undoubtedly a demographic shift happening in terms of what we see in the sources that residents turn to, right? The younger individuals tend to rely less on printed sources of information, go more to digital. Your older community tends to still have a much higher percentage that are relying on print sources. So I think some of that's happening there. I think also that there's, it used to be, and it still is, that newsletters are still if you had to choose one thing that you could use to communicate with residents, a printed newsletter mailed to a house is still the most effective, right? But now there's all these other choices, right, that people have in terms of, in the websites. I don't know offhand if the city has an app. I've worked with some cities that have been exploring this heavily because they realize, especially in cities where they've got a lot of commuters, they realize they're not coming home and reading the newsletter, and there seems to be a lot of interest in an app that would allow them to stay connected in a mobile way to what's going on in their local communities. So, I think it's a challenge. It's not a challenge that's unique to Lake Forest, but it's a challenge to figure out how do we keep track of all these new communication sources and be present in each one of those, right? And keep ahead of that curve of where residents are turning to information.
Based on looking at some other cities, I mean, are you seeing some trends? Because I know, I'm sure it's got to be challenging for our own staff. And, I look at, we're trying to use Twitter and Facebook and all those sorts of things. You look at most cities' Twitter feeds, and they're lucky if there's a retweet or a favorite or something like that. So it's like, I'm not sure, like, we're trying all these different things, but I don't know that we're necessarily hitting the mark. So are you seeing some trends in other cities?
I have seen, I'll be honest, I think the city app, a mobile phone app is where a lot of cities are starting to trend towards. I don't know that we've given it a chance to really get off the ground yet, right? So I'm very interested to see how that plays out. I will say that during the recession in particular, there were a lot of cities who decided that, we don't need a printed newsletter. We can save a lot of money by emailing it, right, or making it available online. That's a bad idea. And in fact, in the cities that have done that, I've watched communication scores plummet 20%, in the space of 2 years. And so the challenge, I think the difficulty is you can't get away from the newsletter. It's still the dominant source, but now you have to play in all these other arenas. I'm interested to see what happens over the next 2 years, I'll be honest. I wouldn't say that I've seen a trend yet, but I'm hopeful that the app is something that's going to take off in a couple of these cities, and then I can sort of share that good news with others.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciated your presentation and the report. I thought I'd mention that I did take the survey. I was one of the randomly selected residents to take the survey, and I was not excluded from taking it in the initial questions that they asked, so I don't know if that's something that might change in the future. I also wanted to say I appreciated your figure 36 in the report that talked about the congestion by area of city. So I wanted to appreciate that and just point out that there is differences between our different sections of the city. Specifically, as you mentioned, I'll just quote you on that sentence. Respondents who live in Area 4, which is like the Foothill, Portola areas, reported encountering bad traffic in residential areas on average almost twice as much as those who live in Area 3. I believe that's the area directly beneath that, in essence, between north or to the foothill side of Trabuco and below the Portola and Foothill areas. So I think that was very useful information.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for once again. Thank staff for and us as council members. I think we all deserve a pat on our back because obviously we've done well. And this survey, when you were surveying the residents of the city of Lake Forest and businesses, when was that survey taken?
I think it's from early November through the beginning of January.
So at the end, at the conclusion of our election season.
Yeah, it was after. I believe it started after the election. Right after the elections is when data collection started.
Because obviously from 2012 to 2014, there was a little bit drop off, I think 2% on total satisfaction for the city. Mm-hmm. Could that pertain to campaign literature that was being floated around the city and just negative talk on the city and that?
I mean, it certainly can. It's hard to distinguish, exactly what those particular impacts can be. I mean, there's cases where it's really obvious. For example, a few years ago when we asked about what the most important issues were in the city of Lake Forest, you'd get immigration issues popping up. And that was clearly a reflection of what was going on in the discussions that were dominating the election cycle that season, right? So, to the extent that you have discussions locally about certain topics here, could it inflate, or change the results a little bit? Certainly. I mean, it's a reflection of the discussions that are happening in the community. Exactly how much that is, it's hard to tell.
Oh, you should have seen the mail, so. Most of us as residents saw it, but anyways, thank you for that. One of the things that pops out to me is that the number 1 and 2 of what they could have approved is not sure and nothing. Obviously, and stay the course with some of the things that we are on the right track, and the fact is that the sports park was open just prior to you starting, so maybe that didn't reflect totally on.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a kind of a moving target, right? You do these surveys, and I know that sports park either was opened right after, or right before, but it probably hadn't been something that a lot of the residents had experienced yet, and so when you look at the recreation facility needs, perhaps the sports park, in this survey, if everybody knew about the sports park, some of those answers might be a little different. It's always a snapshot in time, and you kind of want to think of it that way.
Well, thank you for bringing us such great news, and so I want to say how proud I am of the city, and I always brag on our city being the gateway to South Orange County. It's a great place to live, play, and stay. Was that the new word we used, Councilman Gardner? Stay. So thank you once again for coming.
Thank you. My pleasure. I appreciate it.
All right. That brings us to student liaison. Joseph? Go Chargers. Now, concluding that most of the sports athletics is over for this season, right now?
This week in particular, we're having huge CIF games. Huge CIF games, so we'll get to that.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Joseph Honor, your student liaison, reporting on Tuesday, February 17th, 2015. We have new royalty at El Toro. Congratulations to sophomore winter formal Prince and Princess Kevin Frum, Taylor White, junior winter formal Prince and Princess Ryan Smith and Hannah Shoffett, and finally senior winter formal King and Queen Andrew Ferguson and Jenna Leland. As expected, our Charger athletics have been performing to excellent standards. Huge congratulations to our boys soccer and girls water polo team for both being South Coast League champions. Speaking of champion athletes, shout-outs to Camila Martinez and Caleb Fossum for being chosen to the Athletic Directors Award for Excellence in their work in the classroom, on campus, and on the field. This week is jam-packed with huge CIF games. This Thursday, our champion girls water polo team awaits upon a first-round game as they take on the winner at home, 5 o'clock. Friday, our champion boys soccer team travels to Palos Verdes. Game time is 7 p.m. However, for those not able to make the drive, boys basketball takes on Anaheim at home. Tip-off is 7 p.m. Saturday, our girls basketball team takes on La Habra at home, also at 7. Also, a reminder, our annual Mr. Charger Male Beauty Pageant is close by. March 13th, Friday the 13th, is the day where you can see yours truly, your student liaison, strut his stuff. Ticket sales will go on online next week. And so, in honor of all the huge CIF games, I want to see everyone do this. Let's get pumped. That's all for tonight, and until next time, this is Joseph Hanna signing off, and as always, go Chargers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A report. Boys soccer was league champ.
Yeah.
Okay. Last Thursday there was an injury. I think it was Jacob Smith.
Yeah.
Jacob Smith. Is he okay?
I saw him just today at school, and he told me I'm supposed to be in a neck brace, but I'm not. So.
Okay.
It was a huge accident that happened, and he turned out fine. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go Chargers.
Thank you.
At this time, the City Council will recess for the purpose of conducting the special Lake Forest Housing Authority successor program agency to the Lake Forest Redevelopment Agency. It's a salmon color agenda over at the side here. There was a closed session, and that was a closed session. Was there anything to report?
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
None. So with that, we'll go to public comments.
We've had no request for the Housing Authority.
No report. Okay, thank you. This takes us to consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be acted by one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the council, the housing authority, the public, or staff requests specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Has any request been made for the consent calendar?
We've had no requests.
Okay, and from my colleagues?
Move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, vote please.
That motion carried unanimously.
Okay, director's report.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, this is for the authority, adjourn for, if there's nothing further, I would adjourn the Housing Authority meeting. And this takes us to the successor agency of the Lake Forest Redevelopment Agency meetings, found on the blue agenda at the side by the door. And at this time, for public comments, at this time, members of the public, were there any?
There were no requests for the successor agency.
And if anybody from the public would like to, they could come up and no action could be taken. That takes us to the consent calendar for the successor agency.
We've had no requests to remove any items.
Okay, so with that, I bring it to items 1 through 4 to take.
Move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay.
That motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to the consent calendar for the city council meeting.
Public comment.
For public comments.
So you're adjourning the successor agency meeting at this time?
I'm closing the successor agency and taking us to public comments for the city council. Correct? Yes. At this time, members of the public can address the city council regarding any item on the subject matter of Lake Forest City Council. No action can be taken on items unless the item is authorized, as on the agenda, authorized by law. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes per public comment portion. Any person wishing to address the Lake Forest City Council on any matter, whether or not it appears on the agenda, is requested to a request to speak form at the side. Complete the form and bring it forth to our city clerk prior to speaking. Madam Clerk, have we had any requests for City Council?
Adam Nick, followed by Mary Axelrod.
Councilman Nick.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, good evening all, and those behind me. What I'm about to say, Adam Nick, for the record, Lake Forest resident, 20 plus years in what used to be El Toro, 7 years for Tola Hills, 3 years Footy Ranch, total of 30 plus, which is essentially all of my adult life, some of my teen life. In light of, I don't have prepared notes, so I'll speak from the heart. In light of some development last Wednesday, which was news to me, in fact, I heard it from a news reporter, I am now able and ready to answer any questions or concerns anyone, Lake Forest resident, Lake Forest business owner, anyone, any report, anyone. Anyone who has a question or a concern or a series of them, and nothing is off the table, I am willing and able and ready to answer them fully. What I articulated before stands true, and that is I cannot address anything that is not germane to the business of the people of Lake Forest from the dais. Differently said, when I'm sitting there as your council member, all I can do is advance your business and do nothing, literally nothing, about something that pertains to me in particular. As such, I have asked the conference room next door, walking distance from here, it's 30 feet away, to be ready at this very moment. I am willing to walk there right now, and I'll be the first one entering, I'll be the last one exiting. Alternatively, or additionally, and by the way, I apologize, I have my back to the people, but I was told that I could not, that I need to be facing the chair. So I apologize for the awkwardness, but, and it is awkward, but I can't help it. That said, alternatively or additionally, I'm going to leave some of my cards here. They're not published with tax dollars. These are my own cards. On it, there's my personal cell phone number, my personal email. If you're not comfortable in a group setting expressing your concerns or your questions, then call me and we'll have a one-to-one private phone conversation, in-person meeting, as you wish. I am here to address concerns. I'm here tonight. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here for as long as I can help address anything. As I said before, I will not embarrass you. When it's all said and done, hopefully we'll all get to have a good laugh. I know I will. That said, my time is up, and I'm hoping at least one person is going to go next room with me, because I'm not going to go by myself. I'll get bored. Anybody? One? Anybody? Oh, great. I'm out of here. I'm going to miss your company. I apologize.
Madam Clerk, is there any other speakers from the public?
Mary Axelrod, followed by Linda Zimmer.
Hello, all. Good evening. I never get to do any surveys. Shoot. Anyway, I'm a resident of Lake Forest, and I wanted to touch base on, I live in the White Oak condos, and I don't know if anyone's familiar with the area that it's at. It's right behind the Stater Brothers and Starbucks. There's a Trabuco, and there's El Toro. And the little street that the White Oak condos are on is called Montville. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but it's a small little street. If you go past Starbucks, you'll hit it. But anyway, that corner between El Toro and Montville needs a signal because it's a real heavily congested area. I think it's because of the shopping center that's there, but there's some residents and there's the condos, and Pittsburgh Park is not too far, and or Pittsford, excuse me. And there's an elementary school not too far, and then there is El Toro traffic coming this way, and there's Saddleback traffic coming this way, and there's been 2 accidents in the last year, motor vehicle accidents, but people are hitting transformers, and when they hit transformers, the electricity goes off, and it takes a while before that goes back on again, and it particularly affects that area that I'm in. But it's pretty heavily congested. If you go by there, you'll see what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm not sure if this is the right forum to bring it up, but I wanted to anyway, because you can actually hear when people screeching on their brakes. It's really hard, especially making a left-handed turn, because there's a stop sign, but it needs a signal, really. I think that's everything I wanted to hear. I wanted to bring up also the fact, this is the second point, that because Lake Forest is growing and those new developments are happening, people have electric cars, and there's no electric filling station. And from the research I did, it's going to take about 4 hours to kind of get your car filled. So maybe the sports park or someplace you could park a car, and maybe we could get a filling station over there. But anyway, I wanted to bring those 2 things up. Thank you very much.
Linda Zimmer, followed by Andrew O'Connor.
And before she goes away, could I ask that resident a question? I used to live within a stone's throw of what you're saying, and I'm just curious, are you saying that you're requesting the traffic signal at the intersection of El Toro and Montcliff, or at Rimhurst and Montcliff?
Montcliff and El Toro, there's that little street there. right on the corner there. There's a stop sign. You'll see it if you drive by there, but it
Closest
needs-
to the Starbucks.
Right, right.
Yeah, okay.
It needs a signal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Zimmer.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity of addressing you. I'm with the Saddleback Art League, and the purpose for my visit tonight is to let you know a little bit more about the Saddleback Art League and to find out if we can mutually help each other for us to grow as an art league and provide you with more art in your city is our goal. And with that, I have brought many of our members from Saddleback Art League. All of them are Lake Forest members, and we are an organization that covers 9 cities in South Orange County, and we have about 120 members. About 20% of us are Lake Forest members, and we wish this to grow and to reach out and get more members from your area. We're a nonprofit organization, and we'd like to have more art shows here, indoor as well as outdoor. I think the Chamber would be an excellent place for an art show, and also your sports park. It's our mission to show art in our community, and we just think that this would be an excellent place to do it. Anybody have any questions?
Well, we're pertaining to questioning with you, but we will get in touch with you because I think it's a great opportunity for us. And looking at the artwork that you guys are presenting with us tonight is beautiful. So I think that we will be working with you guys in allowing a avenue for you to display your artwork in our city. So I want to thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for your bringing your paperwork in. Whether it be the sports park or at our city events, we will be working with you with staff and make it a venue for you. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Beautiful work,
Sure.
especially like the one with the trees. But thank you guys for coming.
Bye now.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, later tonight in the council comments, I'll be asking for consensus for us to move forward collaboratively with the group.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Andrew O'Connor.
I think by putting Councilman Nick at the front, I think you may have excluded some of those people that were going to make public comment. So keep going. Is anybody else?
There have been no further requests.
Okay, so we'll take. Please.
Yes, hi. My name is Noreen Statler, and I just moved about a year ago to Lake Forest, and I just have a couple issues I'd like to bring up. I am a member of their art league, but this is in addition. Two things that I wanted to bring up would be I'm a senior, and I've lived in Southern California for 20-plus years, and my concern about the city of Lake Forest is that seniors they don't have enough activities, and there is a senior center that's very small, and I have heard that there's another one that's going to be built, but I don't know when that is going to take place. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm a baby boomer, and I was born on the East Coast, and it is really important that I feel that seniors are treated with respect, and in a lot of the other cities in Orange County, it seems like it's a very young generation, and okay, I honor that. But I also feel that we need to be respected as well. So I'm just going to say, I hope you're going to be doing other things to help us.
Okay, you surely will, and the fact is, I think you call the city. We have ongoing things with the city that's concerning our seniors. Come to our Thursday luncheons and stuff. So come visit with us. Is it Friday? Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, come. We have things. Call cities feel free to taste. We have lots going on, so thank you so much for your participation, and welcome to Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you.
There have been no further requests.
They all went in the back. Okay, with that brings us to the warrant registry. All matters listed under the warrant registry are considered routine and will be acted with one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the City Council, the public, or staff requests specific items to be removed from the warrant registry for separate action. Have there been any requests to pull any item from the warrant registry?
There have been no requests.
Colleagues?
Move the warrant register.
Second.
All in favor?
That motion carried.
Thank you. And with that, it brings us to the consent calendar, items 6 through 16. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted with one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the City Council, the public, or staff requests specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Have there been any requests to pull any item from the consent calendar?
No, Your Honor.
Colleagues?
Yeah, I'd like to pull number 11.
Pull 8, 9, 16.
Could you repeat the 8, 9?
And 16. Plus,
I'll entertain motions for the remaining.
Move the remainder.
Second.
All in favor?
That motion carried unanimously with Councilmember Nick absent. Agenda Item 8, Award Consultant Contract for Environmental Impact Analysis and Document Preparation for the Encanto 52-unit single-family residential development proposed at the southerly corner of the Alton Parkway Commerce Center Drive intersection, submitted by Director of Development Services and removed from the consent calendar by Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. I had a question, and then I think I may have a motion. Let me move to my question first so that I can understand the RFP process better. Since we're a contract city and we do a lot, most of our money is spent on contracts. I was looking at, and thank you for getting so many bids. We're always worried about not getting enough bids. We got plenty of bids this time. Thank you. Now, I noticed in the bid process, we went with the number 2 person overall, and then I was looking at the number 3 person in the list there. And the number 3 person was offering the contract at a price 30% lower than the number 2 person who got the contract, or whom you're recommending the contract. But in fact, they were only marginally lower in their assessment scores, like 12%. So, as a value buyer, when I buy something, generally I'm looking at that kind of sweet spot in value. And I'm wondering do we do that, or are we just then looking for, the lowest responsible bidder, and I don't understand why the third guy didn't get it. Or was there a cutoff there that even though he was marginally lower, somehow he fell out of the classification of being responsible anymore? Not that he's irresponsible, but somehow that margin made a difference that the 30% less in price didn't compensate for. Just a process question.
Mr. Members of the City Council, I will ask Ms. Ackerman to address this issue, but this is a proposal, not a bid, so consequently the city, through its own guidelines, is not required, either by your guidelines or state law, to give the contract to the lowest responsive bidder. That's a public work project. It's a different process. This is really qualifications-based, and consequently, oftentimes it is driven more by the qualifications of those who are in fact proposing to provide the services Those dollars are brought into the process after you've made the selection as to who's the most qualified based on the results of looking at their proposal as well as the interviews. In this instance, then, as it relates to this particular project, I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Ackerman if she has anything else to add as it relates to this one particularly.
Actually, that's okay. That's a good answer. I just really wanted to know how that was going and why it went in that direction in this case, and you answered that very well. Thank you. Not that you can't pitch in, but okay. The second question I had, or the second issue I wanted to raise, is, recently in the Orange County Register, they were reporting on the growth trends in sales tax for the last decade, and they reported like all 34 cities. And we didn't do particularly well in that. We trailed inflation, and we trailed, most of the other cities in Lake Forest, sales tax revenue, which is one of our major sources of revenue. And then at the same time, not at the same time, but recently, Chapman University had a study looking at sales tax revenue going forward, and again, they're projecting that our sales tax is going to grow more slowly than our neighbors and the rest of Orange County. So both of those issues come to bear in this case because we're converting land from possible sales revenue-generating land into residential land. So it seems to me, before we roll the dice and get going, and I have no problems with the bid or those people or the EIR, it's not a question of that, but it seems to me there's a prior question, which is the economic viability. Do we really know that an acre of land going forward, and we know that the general plan is 20 years old, and today we look nothing the way we used to look. And what I'm concerned with on this project or any other project, when we're going to switch zoning purposes, I'd like to have a feeling for what an acre of land today is going to do in terms of generating revenue for us and then in terms of generating costs for us. So before we roll this dice, I'd like to them, on their dime, since they're the ones asking, to go forward, I'd like to, before they do an EIR, because it really doesn't matter what the EIR says, if the city is better off keeping that commercial, why would we even consider residential? If it doesn't matter, then we might consider and go EIR. So it seems to me we're missing a step here. Step being, let's ask them to do economic viability and demonstrate to us that, land should be rezoned. So, anyway, that's my thought.
I agree and disagree with you at the exact same time. And I agree with you that we need to be focused on making sure that we're looking at the best use for the available land that still exists in the town. I think the last thing that I want to do is add more retail. As a business owner myself, when my business is doing okay, or it's doing fair or good, I don't want someone to open up right next to me because what's going to happen is no new customers came about. Just now there's 2 locations. So, I operate from the premise, and not everyone agrees with me. I totally understand that. But I operate from the premise that we need more customers for our businesses, not more businesses. I think a lot of cities have, for a long time, focused on the if you build it, they will come, right? So they build lots of strip malls, they build big box stores, those sorts of things, and then they die, right? And we've had, a couple of examples of those here in town. So my focus is, again, making sure that our existing retail has the customer base to survive. If we were at 100% occupancy of our retail space or somewhere close to that, then I would start considering other alternatives. But at this point, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, when I go around to our retail strips, they're saying, bring me more customers. It doesn't, whether it's been Paul at Outback Steakhouse, it's been, the people at the Brew, in any of the big box stores that we have, that's been their focus. So, I'm not saying that I've predisposed one way or another, just that's my general philosophy is I want to make sure that our existing retail businesses have enough customers. And as long as I keep hearing that, from business owners, I'm just not going to be supportive of it, because I think what ends up happening is you actually erode what you already have. You have two businesses now that are struggling rather than one that's doing fair or good. Once they're starting to do exceptionally well, and we've got significant occupancy levels, then I'd be willing to consider that. But I don't see that we're there. And I've stated it for probably the last 2 years, but the biggest challenge to retailers isn't necessarily just other businesses, brick and mortar, they're going to open up. It's internet sales. Every single one of us are involved with that now. And we're not going to, as many retail strips as we used to. So that's why, I think that the land use that we previously had was in very good shape. And what's impacted that is technology and sales online, products coming to our doorstep. It's not necessarily just, other businesses that have opened up that have eroded that. So that's what we need to try to combat, and so that's why I've been talking about what I have. Like I said, not everybody agrees with me. I totally understand that, but that's what I believe is best for the city, and that's the direction I've been headed.
Yeah, and again, I agree and disagree with you at the same time, in the sense that if we didn't have 12,000 people in the pipeline, then you'd be absolutely correct. And I'm just at the point that we have built out in the next, whatever it is, 3 years, 4 years, when we've built that out, which is what would go into the economic viability study, at that point, are we in more need of jobs in Lake Forest and et cetera, et cetera? So I don't know the answer. It just seems to me that given that's in the pipeline, we are bringing a lot more people into the city. We also need to be bringing a lot more jobs into the city. So I'm nowhere near competent enough to deal with that stuff. So I'd like to see some numbers as a guide that, we should be, and maybe it's not retail, maybe it's industrial, maybe it's, I don't know what it is, but somebody out there probably knows what it is, and I'd like to have that before this gets too far down the line.
And Mr. Mayor, when we focused on the OSA area initially, and those studies were done, and the staff can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know the numbers precisely, but the way I remember it, the initial number of homes that was discussed in the market studies that were being done were something around 4,500 homes initially, and then it scaled back. So maybe you can get us some of those numbers at some point. But I recall the number being, it might have been 4,400, and I think that the number of units actually kind of shrunk a little bit. So, I would say, hey, we're still within that number, and, I just, if it made sense and we weren't going to throw money after a study that wouldn't be beneficial to us, I'd say yeah. But I'm just not sure that it's necessary at this point.
Well, I wanted to throw their money rather than our money.
Well, and I stated this probably the first or second meeting that I was here, that I was on this council, and we talked about market studies, and I was one that said, look, the property owner is the one that's talking about what they think is the best use for their property. This particular one at this point has looked at a few different possibilities with this. If we want to get that information, I believe we're the ones that need to pay for it. So I didn't want to push that on someone to do with their own property. I didn't think that made sense. It would almost be like someone saying, I want to expand my home, right? And we're trying to figure out whether or not that's going to have some sort of impact in the neighborhood. I don't want them to have to pay that if they want to add some square footage to their home. There's tons of other fees they have to pay. And in the cases of rezoning and development, it's in the millions of dollars if projects like this get approved. And in the grand scheme of things, an economic study is a drop in the bucket, but I believe that should be the responsibility of the city, not the property owner, not anyone who's talking about a development. Because they already know what they believe is the best use for their property, and if there was a better one that they could think of, they would come to us. And I think all of that information's already been provided at this point. So I think it would just be throwing good money after bad information that we already have. So that's just my take.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with Councilman Robinson, and this is only a 52-unit property, proposed development, so I don't think it's really going to be a blip in the radar to what we've got already. I just have a quick question for staff. So we're talking about sales tax, and I know Amazon and some other retailers recently provided and have a nexus in the state of California. And so are we seeing, I don't necessarily need to know Amazon per se, but I think it would be kind of interesting. Are we seeing, well, yeah, let's just talk about Amazon. Has Amazon, I don't want to know the numbers, but has Amazon started remitting money to the state of California, or to the city of Lake Forest because of their nexus in California?
Mayor, council members, no, Amazon, any money that Amazon remits to the state of California goes in the pool, and it's distributed through all agencies right now.
So it doesn't depend on whether sale, they're not remitting?
Right now, it's still through the pool. The state of California is working with Amazon and their large warehouses throughout the state right now.
Is it going to change?
It could change. I'd have to dig up that old information. It's been going on for about 2 years. But it could change where the point of sale will be the warehouses, wherever that warehouse is placed in whatever city or county.
And not
and not go to the pool as a whole.
But what about it not to the destination, the customer destination?
No, it's always point of sale for sales tax. And the point of sale is either the office building or the warehouse or wherever the salespeople are located is the point of sale where sales tax is started.
So we may lose money then if it goes to the
You could,
warehouse.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I can chime in real quick, a quick point of procedure. The issue before the council right now is the environmental document. We need to be careful that we stay on that issue. The issue of the financial impact of the project is, as noted by the discussion, an important issue, one that has arisen in past projects. An applicant in California for a project like this has the right to have his application processed according to the government code. Part of that process includes the environmental review, which is paid for by the applicant, as is the case here. So we can't really do anything legally to stop that process from proceeding. If it is appropriate at a future date to require a financial analysis, as has been requested of previous projects, the time for that would be when the applicant comes forward with the project, once the application has been deemed complete and processed by staff. At that point, the financial analysis can be undertaken. Understanding the frustration that maybe the cart for the horse, that cart is placed there by the state, by the government code, and we're required to comply with those Streamlining Act procedures, which includes processing their environmental application. One final comment, and that is that financial issues don't play a role in CEQA, so even if we wanted to analyze that at this point, we're technically bound from doing that. It can be analyzed, again, as noted previously, at a future date when they come forward to staff and to the Planning Commission and Council.
And with that, I'll move item number 8 forward. Yes, second.
Second.
All in favor?
And that motion carried. Agenda item 9, monthly treasurer's report, January 2015, submitted by Director of Finance, City Treasurer, and removed from the consent calendar by Councilmember Gardner.
And there I wanted to ask the question of 0.2%. Is there any way we can improve on our investment returns?
Yes, we are. We held on to that money for the building of the sports park and kind of just kept it in life in case the developers weren't bringing in cash quick enough, but that has happened. If you look at the current treasurer's report, we'll start putting $1 to $2 million a month in investments that will earn a lot more than that for the next 2 years until we start the Civic Center. But I don't want to put those investments too far out because we can use our own cash instead of going out for debt in the future for the Civic Center.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the item.
Second.
And another point, we will be bringing back the yearly investment policy in the second meeting in March, on March 17th. So that yearly review, we can talk about other stuff within the investment policy.
And with that, I call the vote. in favor?
And Mr. Mayor, for clarification, the second on that?
Me.
Thank you. And that motion passed unanimously. Agenda Item 11, 2015 Purchasing and Contracting Guidelines, submitted by Deputy City Manager, Director of Management Services, and removed from the consent calendar by Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so I think we all have the best interest of the city in mind. We're very interested in getting high-quality bidders at the lowest cost. I've seen at least 3 or 4 bids now, or proposals, with only 2 responses. I think we can do better. So I'm proposing the following revisions. And just to give you a little bit, maybe on page 239. Number 1, I'd like to propose outreach, and I'll give you everyone a chance to get to 239. So in the items that are over the city manager's approval authority, I'd like to propose additional outreach to potential vendors prior to issuing the RFP. As council is not an expert on some of these agenda items in the scope, I think sending a draft or bid documents, including the scope of work to potential vendors prior to issuing the RFP would allow some of the interaction that maybe we would negate some of the interaction we saw regarding that software on the tree trimmer. If people have the opportunity to potential vendors comment on the scope, I think that allows staff and potential vendors to iron out some of those little differences, hopefully. And also, if that potential vendor is going to bid on it, I think it's important to reach out and see prior to issuing the RFP if even you have even potentially 3 people who or 3 bids that are coming back. Again, after the RFP is issued, I'd again propose additional outreach. I'd also, as my third point, target receiving 5 bids or proposals, and target a minimum of 3 bids. There are very unique circumstances, and sometimes 3 bids is not possible. I think if we were ever to go out and do a bid or an RFP for sheriff or police services, it would be very difficult to get 3. So well aware but I think just establishing targets for how many bids, 5, and a target minimum of 3. And then existing step 4, I think we should have maybe a discussion on whether some of these RFPs and RFBs actually come before the council. I'm open to bringing them to us as information item or removing them from the city council. I think, like I said, as staff is not or as the council is not an expert, rather the staff and vendors are experts on the RFPs and RFBs, and especially the scope. As long as it's an item that's coming before us that has had previous services and it's not reintroducing a new type of service into the city, I think I'd be open to that. So to summarize, I want to get it right, just like staff, like the residents, like the council does. And staff starts the process with plenty of time. Delaying, modifying, or reissuing RFBs or RFPs are not a big deal as long as we get it right and get good competitive bids.
I'll bring that to you.
One more thing I was just going to mention too was, I know we've got an agenda item, we've already approved it, the fleet maintenance, agenda item 14. And that's one that, maybe we, in the future, wouldn't need an RFB or RFP for that. Maybe we can go and have is a possibility of having the city manager negotiate a good price. Because I think there are plenty of businesses in the city, and we're not getting bids from the Jiffy Lubes, all the different types of providers in the city. So I think that would be one that I think there's also potential for discussion around that. So, sorry, go ahead.
I'll bring that to city manager. On that item, that was just to update our guidelines to match the new regulations in the state. Was that not?
Mr. Members of City Council, yes, your major effort here is to ensure that our guidelines are consistent with laws that were recently passed by the state of California. Of course, there are any other actions that you might want to do. You can consider those, bound by only doing the things the state said. But that's your principal reason for updating these things.
Do you see any negative staffing time or qualifications to do 3? Prefer or shoot for 5 and get 3, or
Mr. Members of the Council, well, certainly, you're setting a target, and doesn't necessarily mean you reach it. I heard, we'd like 3, but under exceptional circumstances, maybe that would be fine if we didn't. But you made the effort. That's really the issue, I think. And as it relates, for example, to sending out the scope of work, the staff fundamentally does that already with the number of vendors, and sort of vets the scope and what we're proposing to do already. So I wouldn't see that as necessarily any additional burden. It'd probably make more universal that which we've done in certain circumstances. I already mentioned the target issue as it relates to it. Not bringing the RFBs back to the council for consideration, I think, would probably decrease our workload for creating agenda items, and bringing that to the council and reduces your workload if the council is confident that those documents are released and produce good product for you. So I think the measure of that is the quality of the bids and the proposals that you're getting. And so I wouldn't see any of that necessarily as creating more work. I think the issue is if we've got it's how hard we beat the bushes, I guess, and how many do we have to talk to in order to get the 5 target. And sometimes we don't control the marketplace. I think that's sort of recognized in the comments that preface this. It's a target. It's not an absolute. So understand that the staff already, I think, is doing that. And certainly we've already heard those comments from the council. So we're already more or less doing most of that already.
Anything further?
No, I agree with the city manager. In essence, unless you want to compel it, which I don't think is reasonable. They are trying. They don't make it sometimes, but I don't think saying the target is going to add anything. They're not going to try any harder, and we've made enough comments now that they're trying as hard as they can. So I'm not sure that adds anything. As far as taking the RFPs out of our hands, if you remember, like the street sweeping, we just got some really good input from the public, and we ended up getting the bi-weekly thing, and that might save us tens of thousands of dollars. So I'd be adverse to having an automatic system, even though I don't know anything about street sweeping. I mean, how good are we? But still, I think it helps for us to review those things, and it does add some time. But I think that's kind of what we're here for. If we're not here to manage the money and to look at those things, what did the people elect us for anyway? So I appreciate where you're going, but I don't think those are necessarily good solutions. And I think the main thing, which is our emphasis, that we want as many bids as possible, we drum that into everybody's heads.
Yeah, I was just saying, for informational purposes, or because I realized we did get, I don't know how often we get comments like that for the street sweeping, but either for informational purposes or removing them, either one.
It's a nice idea. It is seductive because it would save time.
Well, I think it's more than that. I mean, I've sat here for 2 years. The street sweeping comment, which I can't remember how many individuals it came from. It was 1 or 2, but it's the first time anybody's ever commented on an RFP. First time ever. So in the 2 years that I've been sitting up here. And so, when I look at the staff time that goes into putting those together, I'm just not sure that the value's there. it's like we've said before, we're not the technical experts, so you can read through the scope of work, and there's a lot of words there, and there's a possibility if you have some specific area of expertise that someone could comment, but more than likely the comments that you're going to see are going to come from potential vendors. So I see a lot of value in just continuing to send them the scope and send them the, I guess, kind of like almost a draft of the RFP. I'm not sure how you characterized it, but and then getting some feedback there, because I think that the vendors are going to tell you how they're going to be able to do something in the most competitive way. They're going to say, like, for instance, with street sweeping, one vendor might say, hey, you know what? In a lot of my other cities, I'm doing it twice a month, and if I did it that way, then maybe I could use one street sweeper for 2 cities, and I could, give you a better rate. I think you'll get some of that same feedback, and so it's, I see value in just eliminating it from the agendas. I'm also, I don't know the actual percentage, but I know very few cities in Orange County actually approve their RFPs, so that's more of a staff decision because they're the ones that are taking a look at it from a technical perspective. So if there was a lot of comments on it, whether it was from the public or from ourselves, I'd say, yeah, that probably makes sense. Since there's not, just in my mind, we're filling an agenda. So
on that, I'll take a motion, and the fact is that
I'd like to have another comment.
I'd like to close comments, but I will entertain this last. But I think that a target of 5, but the fact is, I think that we've heard with whether it be street sweeping or tree trimming, that I think staff's well aware of our concerns, and I'd like to open up for a motion. But in fact, I will move the item, but with your comments and requesting a target, and Councilman Gardner.
Okay, well, I'll second it and then
Comment, yeah.
comment. It came up not only with the street sweeping, but we also had a good discussion with the tree trimming about how many more we were doing and how many less we were doing, and should we be doing it this often or that often. And since they both came up recently, now I understand for 2 years you sat here and it never came up, but just recently, in the last couple of meetings, it is coming up. So I wouldn't mind taking a look at that in the next couple of months, the next 3 or 4 months. And if in fact it goes back to we're just sitting here rubber stamping them, then I'd be inclined to say, yes, that's a good time saver. But it looks as if maybe there's something fresh in the air or new that suddenly we are commenting more on the RFPs. I'd like to give that a chance for a couple months. If it dies, fine, let's streamline it. But if it bubbles up and suddenly we're getting lots of new ideas, I'd like to stick with that.
yeah, and I would use the tree trimming one as the perfect example for why this doesn't work, right? Because we approved the RFP, there wasn't a single comment from the member of the public. There wasn't
It came from us.
No. When we were going to take the vote on the bid, right, on the actual proposal, that's when the conversation started, okay? When the RFP was put out, not a single person talked about it. No vendors came, okay? When we were about to take a vote on picking a vendor, the losing vendor showed up and complained that there was a problem with the RFP. That's why I was frustrated with the losing vendor, because I said, if you got a problem with the RFP, why don't you tell me when it's on the agenda, right? Didn't show up. So that's why I'm saying, like, for the most part, even I'm hoping that when we send them the scope, that they're actually really paying attention to it as they put together their bid, and they're saying, hey, you know what? A lot of it's going to be Mr. Wheeler's, because they're a lot of public works projects, but they're coming back to him and they're saying, hey, you know what? You changed the scope a little bit from the last time you did this. This is going to cause my bid to skyrocket. Or, because you changed this, I'm going to be able to do this so much more efficiently, right? But that's where I see the most value. Putting it on the agenda here, again, street sweeping, only time anybody talked about it. Now, a few different vendors have come and talked when they've lost a bid, and then complained about the scope and the RFP. And, in my mind, that's just a red herring, right? I mean, I lost, so now I want to explain why I lost, and I want you to go through the process again. They're doing it backward. I'd have a lot of respect for them if they came at the beginning
and said, so, and nothing personal against any of those particular bidders, but, that's where my frustration lies, because as I said, in some of those, I think it was the tree trimming, if my staff did that, my business staff, there'd be problems, right? You guys didn't talk about this ahead of time. You didn't bid it properly. You screwed up. You got to pay the piper here, right? But you got to do that at the beginning. That's what I expect from my own staff. I expect from vendors. I expect from our city staff here that we're forward thinking there. We're not just reactionary saying, oops, we screwed up. Let me try to explain why I screwed up and try to push blame on someone else. And that's kind of how I felt recently. So, I don't feel a whole lot of value in having these RFPs on the agenda. We still have to vote on it. There's still going to be, just like there is today, there's 3, 4, 5 bidders, whatever, and if we don't have to take the lowest responsible one, and we can look at some of the others, we still have those options. We're not taking that away in any way. And if they've got a problem with the scope, they can talk to the staff about it ahead of time. They can even call up one of us if they really want to. But again, I've never got a phone call about the scope or the RFP. I get phone calls when there's an agenda item that says, hey, we're selecting this bidder, and they're number 2 or 3, and now they're frustrated. That's when I get phone calls. I don't get them ahead of time, and that's, again, really frustrating.
So just a question to the maker of the motion. I think you were saying all my recommendations, except for the whether to include it on the agenda or not. Was that your motion?
No, we do. According to staff, we don't need to include it on the agenda. Correct?
Bringing the RFPs to the agenda. I'm glad you asked that question because I want to clarify the motion myself. My understanding of, I think, at least of the motion, so if it's not that, please correct this.
Please.
So we're clear. It was to move to adopt this with modifications as presented by Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton. That would include for those projects and issues over the city manager's authority that we would conduct additional outreach by sending out the draft of the scope of work to potential bidders, proposers. And along that line also, I might make another suggestion is that we could, in addition to just as easily post it, draft RFPs on our website and say, monitor our website, look at it, and that'll reach those that we didn't send it to. So certainly there's things that we could do along that line. But I believe that was part of the motion. The other was to create the target, which was 5, really with, I'd say, more of a, not necessarily a hard floor, but looking at 3, and there might be exceptional circumstances in which 3 doesn't make it, and that's, I think, clearly the judgment of the council at that point. And I think my comment was, well, the marketplace might dictate some of that to us. And I think the third item then was go ahead and remove those things, the RFPs and RFBs as a matter of routine on your agenda, so they would never come to you. We'd simply release them. So I believe those were the 3 items, unless I missed one, that were included in that motion.
That's
I was just going to add, I think I mentioned the proposed outreach to vendors after issuing the RFP too, but that's...
Yeah, we'll do the same. I agree. You also mentioned that. We'll assume that was part of the outreach effort. And with that, Mr. Mayor, if this motion passes, I believe the staff would consider this item closed. It's not coming back to you. We're just going to make the modifications and implement this. Okay. So that would be part of what your direction is.
Yeah, do we have a second?
Yeah, I second.
Okay.
I have a point of information. Point of information. If this passes, would I be precluded then individually to ask for the RFPs even if my colleagues don't want them?
I don't believe so at all. Well, once we're officially sending them out to everybody, then certainly any member of the council can have them. And I believe, I don't know what we're doing currently, but if we're putting drafts of RFPs on our website, we can certainly post the whole thing. And I think we might be already doing that. So,
all right. So
we can do that as well. So it's a public record. Councilmember Gardner, I think that's fine.
Thank you.
And again, your motion was to remove them from the future agendas.
Yeah, we didn't need them, yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, everybody.
Agenda item 16, Fourth Amendment to Agreement with Hartzog and Crable, submitted by Director of Public Works, City Engineer, and removed from the consent calendar by Council Member Gardner.
We're working hard tonight, earning our $600 a month. Yes, it's great news that we've got someone, coming in for the position. Congratulations. I think that's a good step. I think that position. Doug, is he here? He's not here. I think he did a good job, but he was very expensive in that service, and we should have our own traffic engineer, so I'm very happy that we're moving in that direction. On the other hand, it looks like we're going to extend for 6 months this transition, and I understand there needs to be a transition. And I thought I was going to see that it was going to go from 25,000 to 20,000 to 15,000, it was going to transition down. Instead, we're proposing 6 months at the 20,000. So that I don't see the transition there. So I'm looking, either 3 months or let's go down more in the scope. As he's coming more online, it seems to me every month the amount should be going down. We should be using him less and less. So I'm looking to save a little money here. Obviously, if you need to use him, of course you would go ahead and use him, but it seems to me that we should set a goal of really transitioning and, fading it down rather than simply staying at 20,000 a month.
I'd like to bring that back to staff and let us know what your thoughts are on that.
Certainly, Mr. Members of the Council, what you're putting into the contract is a maximum amount that is allowable, and so staff couldn't exceed that without coming back to the Council. I think our goal is exactly what you've articulated, Councilmember Gardner. And in fact, Mr. Wheeler and I have had more than one conversation about this issue. What we looked at was what the city fundamentally was spending, not recently when you take a look at the time when we had exclusively the contractor, but when we had our own in-house traffic engineer, we needed supplemental services nevertheless. And so we looked at the cost associated with that and sort of gave ourselves a little bit of cushion, but said, okay, we think a burn rate could be that, but our goal is to, in fact, transition faster and from my perspective, yes, cheaper.
Okay, then we're on the same page, and I move the item.
I'll second that.
Just one quick comment. I can appreciate all of that. The one thing that, just in my own business I've noticed is that when I do have transition, sometimes that training of the new person is the most important part. And so I don't want to sidestep that because we're trying to save a few dollars, because it'll cost us multiple down the line if we're just trying to, cut whatever we can right now. So I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that. I know you are, but just would be remiss if I didn't make a comment there.
All right, and with that, I'll call the vote, please. All in favor?
And that motion passes unanimously.
With that, it brings us to item number 17, and it's a public hearing. City Clerk.
Agenda item 17, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a determination of public convenience or necessity for the mobile gas station located at 21721 Lake Forest Drive, continued from December 16, 2014, submitted by Director of Development Services.
Okay, with that, I'll open the public hearing, and I think there's a staff report to be heard.
Yes, there is. Mr. Mayor, I understand that you have a script describing the item before us here? No? Okay. Why don't I give you... if the mayor wants to take a quick recess, we can get you a copy of the script.
5-minute recess.
You were asking me about the staff report,
Gail's not doing it.
Oh, my understanding is that she was going to see if it has to be based on this.
So are we doing this? Or is this a special council presentation?
Well, I can do from here to here.
That's what you're doing.
Jack?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was on my papers.
Oh, okay. We'll see what we that was presented last.
This has the staff presenting the staff report methods. What are we doing?
I haven't seen that, and I don't have any, the only thing new to report is the 4 questions that were, that seems like that was the old one.
It is the old one.
Yeah.
It
This
is.
is the old script.
Yeah, it's the same as the old one, because I have
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so I think the staff report would just be at the conclusion of the meeting on December 16th. The council asked 4 specific questions. We provided answers. Here they are. They were about the ABC appeal process and this and that. The answers are there. Other than that, we don't have anything, nothing has changed. That was the only reason we continued it, was to get the answers to those 4 questions. And they're outlined on the front page of that staff report.
They outline on the front page of what stuff?
The staff report for this evening, it's a
Okay.
page and a half, and it lists the 4 questions, and it has the 4 answers. And then it says refer to the December staff report for...
Is there a copy of it over there?
So mine's kind of annotated, but it just simply says, here. Yeah, so here are the questions. It just says, the planning commission appeal, let's see, at the December 16th meeting, council members raised specific questions about the PCM policies in order to advise how time to answer this. This is kind of, yes, yeah, and so it's this remainder of this report is going to address exactly those questions 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is what does staff intend to do? So those are important things. And then
It's on.
Excuse me, we're going to call back in order. No, you,
Get him out of there.
Sir. No, let me go there, sir. Just wait out here. No, sir. Just maintain order. Thank you.
we'd like to reconvene this item. Is a continuation. This item is a continuation of the public hearing on the appeals of the Planning Commission's approval of a finding of the public convenience of necessity, known as a PCN, for the mobile gas station located at 21721 Lake Forest Drive, related to the applicant for a permit for the California Department of Alcohol, Beverage, and Control for the sales of beer and wine at the mobile gas station. This hearing will be conducted pursuant to the section of 2.04.100, 2.04.130 of the Lake Forest Municipal Code, as well as procedural requirements created by case law. Before we proceed, the city's special counsel for this hearing will provide a brief overview of these pertinent requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Mr. Mayor already stated, this is a continuation of a previous hearing that was held on December 16th, 2014. That meeting was continued to this date for the purpose of answering several questions the council had for myself and for the staff, and we have come back and provided the city council with the responses to those questions, which the city manager is prepared to present to the council tonight. The council is to review the evidence that was presented during the December 16th hearing, 2014 hearing, and make a decision either to approve, deny, or not to make a decision on the PCN determination requested by the mobile gas station. We did have some continuing issues related, or questions related to potential for conflict of interest or recusal of several council members. Councilmember Nick has recused himself and is not seated at the dais for the continuation of this hearing at this time because of that recusal. Councilmember Robinson had made a disclosure at the prior hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton had made a disclosure at the prior hearing regarding his participation in the Planning Commission determination of this, and then Councilmember Gardner had recused himself at the prior hearing based on recommendations that were made by council. I understand that Councilmember Gardner has additional disclosures to make this evening.
Yes, thank you, Attorney. At the last meeting, I noted that I would recuse myself at this time, meaning at that time, since I had received some information that I needed to research. I remained during the session. Subsequently, I consulted legal authorities and was told that I could participate. Since then, I reviewed the tape and now rejoined the dais. As I indicated before, I have had no contact with the applicant and no preconceived notions about the suitability of the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, then at this time, Councilmember Robinson has comment before I move forward.
I just have a question about that, and I know I'd just like to get your thoughts on the recusal from the previous meeting and then joining with this issue tonight, and get your view on that, and just want to hear a legal opinion here.
Legally, there are some concerns about Councilmember Gardner having recused himself from this hearing, and this is a continuation of a hearing that was held open from the December hearing. It is not for council attorney for this city council or any particular member of the city council position to prevent any particular member of the city council from participating. I do not have any legal authority that allows a recused member for a conflict situation to rejoin the dais without removal of that conflict. And the issue that we were discussing with regard to Councilmember Gardner were some statements made in some publications prior to. Councilmember Gardner has stated his position and his belief that he is unbiased.
So let me clarify. So it's your recommendation that he can stay or should go?
It's my recommendation is that I have concerns about a council member rejoining the dais in what is essentially the middle of a meeting.
Okay. Councilman Gardner, are you comfortable with Stan?
Well, I'd like to ask the city attorney then to talk about in generality, without this specific instance, whether or not this is permissible.
Like I told Councilmember Gardner before, I have concerns about this because I don't have precedent that there is a complete lack of the conflict of interest that was addressed and caused the recusal previously, and I don't have any authority that allows for a rejoining of the dais after a recusal because of a conflict issue. So no, I remain concerned about the exposure to the city council and the city.
I understand. I talked to several authorities about your concerns, and get one lawyer, get three opinions, and they didn't share your concerns. So, although I understand your concerns, from my discussions with other attorneys, they don't share your concerns, nor did I share your concerns. So, and I don't believe I have a conflict of interest in this case any more than Councilman Robinson, who brought the situation to the dais by initiating it, or Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton, who's already sat on an issue with the mobile gas station. So I did not sit or preside over the mobile gas station. I did not make the appeal for the mobile gas station. I did not even appear when the mobile gas station went before the Planning Commission. So I don't understand where you see the conflict of interest. I am and have expressed many times my concerns, and as a matter of fact, I can show you empirical proof that the more outlets which have alcohol results in more DUIs. The more you have outlets in a city, the more violent crimes you have. Those are statistics. Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton is aware of those same statistics. He shares that same knowledge I do, and I would hope everybody here shares that knowledge. But that doesn't mean that the mobile gas station should be precluded. There is a law with public convenience, public necessity. Those are the conditions he has to meet. We should all be aware that there are negative consequences associated with more outlets selling alcohol, but that doesn't preclude them from being able to open a store that sells alcohol. Otherwise, there'd be a law against stores that sell alcohol. So I'm perfectly capable of reading the law, of sitting and listening to their condition and making an opinion. I do not see the conflict of interest.
Councilmember Gardner, I understand your point, and I understand your concerns, and I understand that we disagree. My concerns to this council relate to the vote of this council and the validity of the vote of this council in the event there should be some challenge to the council at some point, and those were the points and the recommendations that I made to the council in closed session. So having said that, again, you've made your point as to why you would like to sit on this and why you feel like you can, and it's really,
Well, it's not.
that's where the situation lies.
It's not a question of what I like or I don't like to do. I was elected by the people to represent them. I'm up here as their representative. And if there was some problem with me not representing you and I'm endangering the city, by all means, I'm going to sit it out. But otherwise, I was elected based on my opinions and my views to represent the people of Lake Forest. I feel it's my duty to be up here. I don't particularly like being up here. So it's not a question of what I like to do. It seems to me I was elected to fulfill this process, and I do not see a conflict. So under those conditions, and I have no idea how I'm going to vote. Quite frankly, I've done quite a lot of research on guidelines used in other cities. I've developed a series of questions based on those guidelines, and my opinion will be based on the answers to those questions. If those questions are all answered in an affirmative manner, I would vote in favor. If they're all in a negative manner, I vote no. So I come here with no preconceptions.
Understood.
My concern has nothing to do with conflict of interest. It has to do with the fact that you recused yourself from a previous meeting, and how this meeting has occurred and transpired is that this is a continuation of that same meeting. It's like it occurred on the same night, at the same time. And so I think it would look funny for everyone if it was occurring, let's say, in a 1-hour time span where you recused yourself, left the dais, and then came back and took a vote. That's my concern. It has nothing to do with the conflict of interest. That's for you to determine, and each one of us, in however, we know about this issue, whatever information we have, we should come to it basically, essentially, with a blank slate, looking at the issue with the information that comes before us that night. But like I said, it's the continuation of a meeting. It's like it was the same night. So that's where my concern is, but ultimately the decision's yours. I just wanted to make sure that, on the record, I had just your comments from a legal perspective, so appreciate that.
Yeah, you're on the record. Again, I specifically said, and I reviewed the tape to be sure that I specifically said that I was recusing myself at that time. I did not say I'm recusing myself from this meeting, from this topic. I said at that time, in order to be able to get to speak with, I spoke with attorneys. I don't think I said specifically attorneys. In order to be able to get more information and research it, which I subsequently did. And again, one attorney, 3 opinions, got the opinion that there was no conflict of interest, and 2, that I could, having said at this time, rather than from this topic or from this meeting, it's a continuation of a meeting, but it's not a continuation of the time. So that's the basic for my appearance here. As far as I'm made to understand by the people I consulted, I have neither a conflict with the applicant over any preconceptions, nor a conflict by rejoining the meeting. And this is my understanding.
With that, if we're going to move forward with the meeting, like I said, the city manager will address the questions that were posed to us by the council at the last meeting, and then we will continue with the hearing that was begun at the last meeting, which would allow the council to question the applicant, and then public, any questions by the city council, and then any public comment, and then council deliberation on the matter.
So we're clear with that. And Councilman Gardner, you're comfortable with being, even though staff, thank you, we got that. City Council's role in this matter is to decide whether to uphold, reverse the Planning Commission's decision, or deny approval or decline to act on the application for the PCN. The City Council previously heard this item on December 16th, 2004, and continued the hearing. Is that right, 2004?
2014.
2014. We got a misprint there, okay. 2014, and continued the hearing to this date. I I wouldn't mind if you came back after that long length anyways, Councilman Gardner. The continuation of the hearing to this date. The City Council has reviewed all submitted evidence and prepared to listen to all evidence and testimony presented during the hearing and render an impartial judgment based on the evidence before us at this appeal. To ensure an impartial hearing, City Council members are required to disclose the detail of their contact communications related to this appeal that were made prior to this hearing. The City's Special Counsel will assist the City Council in the disclosure of these processes and commit to us.
I think we've already been through that process.
We have a
right?
new one that's back on dais with us.
Yes, but I think that he reviewed, he went through his communications. I think Councilmember Gardner said he hadn't communicated with anybody. Is that correct?
With anybody?
Anybody, the applicant?
No.
Okay.
Okay, the procedure will follow. The city staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. As part of our agenda item this evening, we did include the previous agenda item that had explained the full issue related to this appeal, and so it still provides evidence to the council, as well as the presentation that the staff made at that hearing back in December. During your hearing, there was a variety of issues that were discussed, and certainly ideas were shared by members of the council. Ultimately, there were 4 questions that were posed, and the council continued the hearing to this date specific. And as the minutes reflect, it was for the purposes of staff and the city attorney special counsel to research the questions that you had during that hearing back in December. One question that was asked is what can the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control, it's ABC generally, do with alcohol license applications while the council is still considering PCN approvals under the Business and Professions Code? And ultimately, we did provide an answer, but for the purpose of this evening, to paraphrase what we fundamentally said in our report, in short, is that certainly the ABC has ultimate power to issue or deny alcohol licenses, and by law it rests with the ABC. Based on the timeframes and what we gleaned from conversations with them, clearly the language of the Business and Professions Code suggests that ABC would be within its rights to make an independent determination regarding the issuance of a pending Lake Forest alcohol license at this point, because there's a 90-day time frame that's ordinarily injected into this process, and if the city makes no determination within that 90-day period, then ABC would go ahead and could make that decision. So it's within its rights to do that. There is no provision, however, in the code that we can see for the ABC to refuse to act depending on the city's appeal process. However, a member of the ABC, a representative, informed our special legal counsel that it's not likely to do that pending your review, and in terms of this specific one. But I guess we'd also suggest that if you did something indefinitely, they might rethink that, because it's within their power. But at this juncture, we believe they're waiting for the council to take one of the steps that is provided to you under law, which is to deny, to approve, or to take no action in some formal fashion. Another question was, what can will the ABC do with the council's request that conditions be placed on off-site beer and wine sale licenses applied for by each of the applicants that we might have for PCNs? And in this instance, particularly, the Planning Commission, as we identified, had suggested a condition for their recommended approval of this item. And what we found in that research is clearly that ABC confirmed that it would consider any of the conditions that were requested by the city, but it's not bound to include those in the license that it might issue. So certainly we can make those recommendations. Whether they do that, really, I think, is within their discretion. The ABC, most likely, from what we gleaned in our conversations with them, is most likely to accept those conditions that it can practically enforce, as clearly those that the law would provide that they could enforce. So any conditions that the city may wish to impose might need to be crafted in such a fashion to ensure that ABC, if we really wanted to ensure they did that, that they, one, legally could and would have the ability, and of course that speaks to their resources and what their common practices might be. Is a PCN determination subject to the terms of the Permit Streamlining Act? And that question, I think, fundamentally was answered by saying no. The last question was, what long-term recommendations does staff anticipate presenting to the council for amending our requirements and additional zoning regulations for these uses? There was, I think, an expression that perhaps by one of the members of the council that an additional process be put into place in which we might have conditional use permits put into place for this process. In fact, that's exactly what the staff anticipates doing. We've identified for you those in broad perspective, that which we are proposing and are doing at this juncture. We too have surveyed jurisdictions throughout Orange County in terms of the processes that they use. Many of them do use a CUP process in addition to simply acting on the PCN request. Certainly it varies as to what conditions. Now, the CUP process is just that. It's a process. It's how you would take an application and consider it and run it through your determining matrix of different steps. The criteria that you might use, we found out to be somewhat varied, but we are developing various criteria that the council might be able to consider as conditions related to your CUP. The one thing that I think generally that strikes me about the CUP is the city is in control of its CUP process. Once an alcohol license is issued by ABC, you're not in control of that anymore. So in terms of the city's ability to monitor the activities that would go on in any one facility, we find that a code amendment, and that's what it would take, and go to your planning commission to include these additional steps with the CUP would be perhaps in the city's better interest at this juncture, and certainly consistent with what we see is going on in other jurisdictions. That's certainly not what we have done in the past. We do have an existing policy, an existing process, but we think we've heard very clearly the council's interested in instituting something different than that, and of course that takes some time by which to do, but the staff is in the attorney's office currently is working on the steps that I just articulated. Those are the questions that the council had. Our responses are provided to you in brief. And with that, Mr. Mayor, we'd be glad to respond to any questions that you have, but we believe our task was to address the 4 questions that you had and to put that in context for you. And I believe we, not only myself, but others could respond to any questions that you might have in this instance. Thank you.
Council? Questions for?
Just a quick question. In response to the last sentence of B, any conditions the city council wish to have stated in the license should be crafted and allow for ABC enforcement. Did they specifically opine on single sale, warm, some of the things that we had talked about?
I received another voicemail actually just this morning from the ABC representative that I was speaking to with regard to the single sales question, and her response was that would involve their investigation, and whether or not their investigation warranted that. They would consider it in the PCN determination, but she was very clear to say that they're not bound by it, and it would be dependent upon the ABC's own investigation into this application.
I'm
wasn't
kind of looking
partic-
for a yes or no, but...
I didn't get a
it
yes
sounds
or no,
kinda
otherwise I'd
vague.
give it to you.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I also would ask the attorney, but in the future, and of course, we're talking about future tense here, the issue, if we have a CUP, might we put that as a condition, and would that be enforceable by the city?
In the event it were a CUP restriction, then that's something that would be enforceable by the city. One of the questions that the council had during our last session on this particular PNC was, or PCN, was whether or not, if the city placed that condition on the license, could the city enforce it? And at this point, without the CUP, I don't see an enforcement mechanism for that. So we were looking to ask the ABC to place it as a restriction on its license, and the ABC did not give us a definitive response pending the completion of its investigation.
Councilman Robson. Where we as a city have gone forth, and it was the vote of the council to go forward with a procedure to address all future alcohol type 20 licenses with a procedure that would encompass the whole city for future sales of alcohol in our city. City Manager, where are we in that process with the procedures that...
The modification to the city's code as it relates to the institution of a CUP is in draft. We're doing that now, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as I said, as well as crafting what we believe some of the particular conditions that might be attached as standard conditions of approval. As the council might recall, when you approve a CUP, sometimes when you're doing some sort of permit process, there would be standard conditions of approval that would have to be found in. An example of that is that an application is consistent with the city's general plan. In this instance, you might have standard conditions of approval in a CUP that would speak to the things that perhaps we find as qualifying criteria, and one of the findings of that CUP would be that it meets those tests. I can't go too much further into where we're at quite at this juncture because we're still crafting that, but all of those processes are underway at the moment, so we'd be glad to share that when it is complete and coming back to the council.
Ask a question. Any idea? I mean, are we talking a week, a month, a year?
I guess I would have to look to the staff, but this is going to take an ordinance modifications to the city's code. So once we are done, it will take first reading, second reading, 30 days thereafter before it becomes effective. So you're really fundamentally looking at 2 months whenever we do bring it to the council. Certainly not a year, not a week. It's still in draft. It's going to have to go through some amount of time. I can't, I'd say, sit here without having greater input by the city attorney's office separate, because they're going to be pretty involved in this, as well as the length of time it will take us to complete those steps. Certainly, I would be hesitant to promise any time frame, but certainly within a couple of months we should be back here to the council.
Okay. I think maybe we're a little bit off track here, and maybe not. But in the past month or so, when I've been looking at what other cities are doing, and if I go back to what the Planning Commission originally talked about over a year ago, and then what Mayor Voights and Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton were talking about at the December 14th meeting, somewhere between an ordinance and what we have now, there are guidelines. Like, if you're talking about public necessity or public convenience, these are some of the things you should be looking at. And I found many cities, in fact, have those guidelines without having ordinances. And I thought when we were doing the policy, we were shooting more for guidelines rather than an ordinance. And maybe I misunderstood. But
I think that what we were going for, and stand me if I'm corrected, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, is a way that we could regain more local control. And with ABC issuing the license without a CUP gives us no leverage to the establishment, if that's correct. To keep local control, we need the CUP.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the staff has contemplated for some time that a CUP process would make the most sense. And that was actually brought up by Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton during your last hearing. To do that will require an ordinance, not guidelines, because we'll need to establish a process through the code. So that has been anticipated that that's exactly what you would be doing to try and implement a modification to the code to require a CUP for certain types of uses. Certainly, as I said before, and we know there are certain guidelines that some cities have, others have very few. We've had guidelines ourselves, and we understand the council certainly wishes to articulate a need for more or greater or different. It's fine. We've been doing that. Our suggestion, I think, is that actually those guidelines, in order to have some degree of enforcement, may rest better as a standard condition of approval within the CUP itself. Not necessarily a guideline. So some of that, I think, is sorted out as we look at both of those simultaneously.
I think an ordinance, when we go down the CUP route, I think that's important. What I'm a little bit worried about is that before you get to the CUP process, you have to make the determination, is this a go? And, shall we make the exception? And for that, the issues are public necessity, public convenience. Will this ordinance assist us in helping make that determination, namely that, yes, we shall allow it because it meets public necessity and public convenience? And then if we do allow it, then the next stage is, but we're a little worried about this, bang, ordinance CUP.
I think we believe that those occur at the same time,
okay,
right, with the commission. And so that's part of what I'm talking about in terms of once we craft, I think the ordinance and those conditions we can see, or let's call it the guidelines, which ones make more sense simply as guidelines. But we're going to need to make a PCN determination simultaneously with a decision to approve or deny a CUP.
So the ordinance is going to do both, assist us in making the determination?
I'm not sure. Well, it will help you craft and I think have some enforcement level within your CUP guidelines. I mean the PCN guidelines.
Okay.
The action itself is going to be, this is still part of what we're researching. It very well could simply be a function of the CUP itself or a separate determination based at the same time as when you're making the determination on the CUP.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur. I think that the CUP process, the conditional use process, if implemented, provides some of these standard conditions that would, an applicant would require, and I think having guidelines too. I think it's all within in a tandem kind of a paradigm.
Well, at this time, do you have anything?
Got some questions for the applicant, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Jafari. Dr. Jafari, apologize. Well, I'd prefer to talk to you, so, yeah. So, tell me a little bit about, the business. How long have you owned it?
I don't own the business. I'm the chief operating officer for several of these particular gentlemen's businesses.
Okay. But you're the one that submitted the application?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. You submitted it when?
I think it was last March or something. Last March.
Okay. Do you own other convenience stores here in Lake Forest? Are you the operating officer?
This is the only one we have.
Only one in Lake Forest.
All other entities are in other cities.
Okay.
Tustin, Airwine.
How many other entities, if you wouldn't mind?
About 5 or 6.
About 5 or 6. Okay.
Do any of them sell beer and wine?
No, most of them are. In fact, we had one. Well, the answer is no.
Okay, all right. What drove you to make this decision to move forward here?
I guess a part of that was, again, when we took over this business was pretty much in a negative area of the profit loss. It was losing a lot of money. So we purchased the business. We put a lot of money in it to bring it where it is now. This business used to sell, say, 60,000 gallons of gasoline per month. Now it's selling 100,000. So it's barely getting us enough profit to kind of stay afloat. Adding this one particular segment, we felt like that's also going to give us another chance to start capturing some of the opportunities that we would have had at the beginning, which we didn't think about it. So that would help us come back and make up some of the losses. Obviously, anytime you add a new product or you add a new segment to your business, the bottom line is, you're looking at profitability and staying afloat and making sure you get a return on your investment. This business hasn't been doing that. It didn't do that for the first 3, 4, 5 years. Now we took it over about 2008, late 2008. And now it's starting to stabilize, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to, and then again, to stay afloat and keep the employees. And, we added a segment to it, a small segment to it, added 2 new employees to the segment. We were going to stay 24 hours off, and then we didn't think it would work out. Wouldn't be to the best of our interest, being 7-Eleven next door to us. So the answer to your question is really, to add another profitable section to the business. That's what it is.
Thanks. I know you've spelled this out in your application, but I just kind of want to hear from you. So, how do you view that this is serving a public convenience, or how do you see it as being a public necessity, recognizing some of your neighboring businesses? And you mentioned
this is exactly why I hired Dr. Matthews. So I'm going to be short of words to explain that to you, as well as I could explain the statistics and business decision-making process. This is not something that I'm expert at. So I hired Dr. Matthews to go over this thing, and that's why she's been representing us here for you folks.
I can appreciate that, and I know that she did a lot of the talking at the beginning of our meeting a couple months ago. But being that you're the one that runs the business, I mean.
Not directly, indirectly I run the business.
Okay, yeah, but no disrespect to her, but she's essentially a consultant for you, so she'll go away, and you're going to be at least at the top of the 5 or 6 convenience store chain there. So I just want to kind of get your feeling for, why do you feel like it's a necessity or a convenience?
As I said, I'm going to have to defer to that because I'm not sure how to explain that. I think she can do a much better job than I do.
I understand, but you're running the business, so I just want to get your thoughts. What do you see?
I look at the bottom line and P&L. That's what I look at. I look at the controls. I negotiate deals with vendors. I negotiate deals with the government agencies. I negotiate deals. Anything that has to do with financial, I get involved. When it comes to tedious stuff like this that requires a different level of intelligence, that's not my expertise.
Which, again, I can appreciate. You're going to be the one that's going to have to run that business, and she won't. So
earlier you made a comment here. You said, which I was giving you, thumb up and high five. You were talking about not having too many businesses in Lake Forest for good reason, and you explained that very well. And of course, Dr. Gardner had his own view, but in between, there are experts who make those decisions. Neither you or Dr. Gardner could really make a convincing argument, although I like yours, in terms of, hey, I don't want to have a competitor next to me. I don't want to have another gas station open in the other corner, Then what do I do? But again, this is something that I guess somebody who is I would say, a city planner, somebody who understands the ratio between growth in population and accommodating new businesses, not somebody like me. So again, I was voting for your argument. At the same time, I felt like if I'm asked to present the argument, maybe that's not my expertise. This is not what I'm good at. So again, going back to what you're asking me, I'm not really good at explaining the public necessity and this other beautiful professional jargon that we're using here. And that's why I retained her, so she can do that.
Sure. One thing that I have struggled with is trying to understand the public necessity. I mean, how I define necessity, it really doesn't fit. But it doesn't have to be both, in my mind.
As I said, I'm going to just defer it to her. She can do a fantastic job on that.
Understand, yeah.
And again, just a couple of things before I forget. I want to apologize to you. I want to apologize to all of you. I just walked in because there was something that bothered me last time about the two gentlemen accusing themselves. And I just wanted somehow to let you folks know that this is what it is. And I walked back. I apologize. I know you were getting a little bit upset with me walking towards the mayor. And again.
And, speaking of that, it's this is the forum. I mean, that wasn't. So, that'll lead me to a couple other questions.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, I'd like to hear what you wanted to share with us, because this is the forum to do it. We're trying to be as transparent as we possibly can here, and that's the whole point. I mean, we're in a public hearing, so it needs to be open. So I would love to hear what you wanted to share with us, because I want to make sure that you can express yourself. But
I just wanted to make sure that both gentlemen are here, and luckily Dr. Gardner is here, and I was wondering why he's not here. And, he's not here for whatever reason. I think he accused himself. But that bothered me last time, and throughout the conversation last time, and this time I held back, and I could not express my opinion, why this gentleman, without telling us what is the conflict of interest. I think you did a fantastic job in explaining that. I totally agree with you, regardless of how you're going to vote. But I still wanted to hear from Councilman Adam Nick why he's recusing himself.
I don't know. What do you think?
What do you think? I don't know. I mean, it's just like a lot of smart people sitting out here. I mean, every one of you could find a good reason to recuse yourself. Say, okay, you and I had a conversation outside, after we left. You came out, you felt like, we were not happy with the outcome, and thank you for that. And you could have recused yourself. Yeah, I talked to him outside. But we didn't talk about the business, none of these things, All I said, if we have to go to ABC, we go to ABC. At that point. But the point was that I think it was I was out of place going there. That's one thing, and the other thing is I hired Dr. Matthews to explain these things to you folks. She knows your language, she knows the jargon, she knows how to exchange information with you. That's not my job. You gave me tons of data. I can do whatever the other doctor did here for you guys, and I could do analysis. I could come up with numbers and do all those things. That's not my expertise to explain to you the public necessity.
I appreciate that, but it's my job to try to see through.
I understand.
See through the consultants and the pretty documents and things like that, and try to get to the crux of, is this what's best for the community? And that's my job here. So that's why I'm focusing on you and less on her. And it's not to try to put you under a spotlight or anything like that.
No, it's not. I mean, I do this day in, day out. I teach classes. I do lectures. This is not something that's gonna make me nervous or anything, But as I said, this is not something I'm good at. That's why I hire a lawyer to represent me in the court when we have a court case.
Sure.
Can I make a convincing argument? Perhaps I can, but I do not understand the vocabulary that's used in the court of law. Same as here. I don't have the same command of English to use those particular vocabularies that you folks like to hear. So I have him. I have her here. So she does that for me.
I understand. Just using that same analogy, though, I mean, that's why we don't let lawyers on the stand. Actual individuals have to speak for themselves, and so that's why I'm headed this direction. I appreciate your comments to Chief Valentine, but it did raise an area of concern with me, I have to admit, and I wouldn't have brought it up if you hadn't, because we were in a that happened before the open hearing. So being that you kind of slid open the door there, I just want to try to understand just your general feelings with respect to law enforcement. And I'd really like to, I want to get to the root of it, okay? So, I mean, I want to hear, because you made a couple comments about, officers and so forth, and so,
Well, I did
again, I wouldn't have mentioned it, but you brought it up, so.
I've had some visits by the Lake Forest officers. One of them didn't go well, but 4 or 5 of them have gone very well. So statistically, I guess 80% of the time, I've been very happy with the outcome. The other 20%, maybe I was biased a little bit. Maybe I was not, so I would keep myself at fault as well. And there were times where I felt officers were too rough on the suspects in my property. There were some times I felt like, well, I spent 3 years in the Army, I would shoot before I get shot at. And so when I put them in the scale, I said, looking at it from this perspective, I have to defend myself, I have to have my guns up and ready to shoot in case, you never know what's going to happen with the suspects. At the same time, the way I see a suspect from a citizen, from a non-uniformed citizen, it's a little bit I'm in a softer mode. I give them the benefit of the doubt, and I feel like they shouldn't be roughed up. But then I say, well, what if these guys have bombs with them? You never know. What if they have loaded guns with them? Officers don't know that. As we have had several officers, losing their life in the line of duty. Yeah. So, speaking of all of these things, and I guess that 20% of the time, if I keep myself at fault for 10% of that, being a little bit biased, which we all become biased from time to time, so 90-10, it's pretty good.
And, the reason why I find that to be important is I don't necessarily correlate the statistics the same way Dr. Gardner does, but I do appreciate that numbers are numbers. So when you're talking about additional alcohol sales, that there isn't, you can see some increase in certain things, whether it's DUIs or crimes or what have you. I think there's a variety of factors that cause that. It's not solely just the use of alcohol, period. But, there definitely is some relationship of some sort to that. And so, I think a strong working relationship with our local law enforcement is critical.
Absolutely.
And so being that this would be the first store of yours that would sell alcohol, I think that, that relationship is going to be really important. And, if you're successful tonight, I highly recommend that you try to develop the most strong relationship that you can with local law enforcement, because you're going to need them. And that's the thing. We all get frustrated when we get a ticket, but when we need an officer, we want them there at our house.
Right.
Someone's
exactly.
attempting to burglarize our house, we want them there in 30 seconds, right? So it's vitally important, and so at this point, that kind of exhausts my questions. I do really appreciate your time, though. Thank you.
My pleasure. But just one very last comment before I leave the podium is in regards to Dr. Gardner made some comments regarding increase. This could lead to increased sales of alcohol. I tend to disagree with you, Dr. Gardner, because the way I look at it is this. Maybe it's going to pretty much validate what you said earlier regarding having competition, too many competition. Maybe I'm going to be drawing some of the customers from Ralph, from 7-Eleven, or maybe not. Maybe, as Dr. Matthews was talking about it, maybe I'm going to be drawing customers from a different spending power or a different behavioral class, people who look for specific things. And but at the end, if the population in the city hasn't increased, really, I'm taking somebody else's share, a little bit of somebody else's share. Maybe this share is coming from City of Irvine. Maybe it's coming from City of LA. Somebody's drawing, this mobile gas station sells that unique wine that I'm going to buy. I don't buy it there anymore. I'll spend the money in the city. Like here, when there's times when I want to deal with the vendor, I make sure the vendor, if the vendor is from the city of Lake Forest, I give that vendor a priority. It's me. That's just because I feel like to keep the spending in the community. And I have done that several times, doing different things, some upgrades to the gas station. In fact, we're having another contract which we're going to be getting a permit from the city to add, some diesel gasoline to our station, and the vendor, I think the vendor is a local vendor, or at least there are 2 or 3 local vendors they're going to be putting out beds, So that's how I think. That's my mindset. So definitely, I'll support the police authorities here. There is no way. I mean, as I said, this is just let's take that one out of this whole thing. I know we cannot retreat and make up for that. But hey, my frustration came from something else.
Just one other thing. Is there anything else that you're doing with the store at this point?
No, there's nothing. No, not yet.
Well, the reason for my question, it's not, whether you have other plans or not, it's kind of irrelevant, but I definitely, it always gives me pause if the success of a business can hang on one thing, I guess, so to speak. So, if you say it's been kind of pretty flat for the last few years, the reason why I say that is because,
Well, the answer to your question should be yes. I just mentioned we're adding the diesel gasoline there, and of course we're going to have to invest, a lot of money, and then how long it's going to take for us to get that money back. It's still under my calculations. I'm still trying to forecast that out. Yeah. But that's one area, and then the other area, we may expand our bays. If we get busier and busier, we open 2 bays. Maybe we may go to repair and smoke together. Right now we're smoke test only. Okay. Which we added that last year, 2 years ago. And those are the type of things we're thinking to add.
I appreciate that, because like I said, it gives me pause when a business can hang on one thing, because I know full well as a business owner myself that if your business is just flat or faltering, sometimes that's the time when you're probably most likely to consider cutting corners, right? Because you're trying to save your business, so you almost start making justifications for things. So again, like I said, the relationship with law enforcement is paramount. And then, again, if you're successful tonight, just following all of the training, and I'm saying all this because you'd say this is your first store that would sell alcohol, and so I don't know what kind of experience your staff would have, but if you're successful, I want to make sure that training is very, very good, because the last thing that I want to see is a business that's just barely hanging on, that needs to do this, and then maybe, and I'm not saying you, because like you said you're not there very often, but one of the staff says, we'll sell to minors here, no one will know. And I know, as a business owner myself, I would fire the person that did something like that, straight out. But that'd be my concern. And so I say all that to say I appreciate the fact that I see other ways that you're trying to improve your business, and it won't just hinge on that, because again, that would be something that would give me pause. So.
No, after we sold one of our main businesses in Tustin, I've been camping out here quite a bit. And as a result of me being out here, I've had the opportunity to work very closely with my staff, and then I look at the product line and see what is the product mix that's not moving too fast, and I started making some changes. As we speak, from the time I've been here since December 5th, I started camping out here, until now, I have moved the sales up by about 15 to 20%.
Good for you.
So obviously, the margin of that, goes to the bottom line portion of that. So we have made a lot of improvement, and I've learned exactly what is it that's causing us not having enough sales. And some of that goes back to what you said, training. Now, luckily for me, I have 5 employees there. 3 of them, they've been there for a long time. Masood, some of you guys have seen the older guy. He works in the front, daytime. The guy's been there 9 years. The other guy has been there 15 years. These guys are all my age, over 60. And they understand alcohol and cigarettes and all of these things. They're very, 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 just by being there for so many years, if you slightly look, you're not really over 18 or whatever the age limit is, they won't give you a cigarette. So they ask for ID. Just slight thing is, like a lot of my customers there are some customers from certain gender who look a lot younger than what what they appear to be or what they are. They ask him for. I said, why do you ask him? I mean, to me, he said, no. They look young. They ask for permit, for a driver license, some type of state ID to sell them cigarettes. And for alcohol, I know they're going to be very strict. But they're going to go through training and all of that.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
We have another question. Yes, go ahead, please.
Actually, I have just a few quick ones. So you talked about you being the money guy, and none of these are meant to be antagonistic, okay? So I just want to know that I'm a friendly guy, and just start asking you some friendly questions. So you said you were a money guy, and I thought you were going to say, and the reason why I was planning it coming before the City Council and the Planning Commission was to increase sales. And so I thought that's the way that you were going, is that...
Well, that's eventually what it is. We need to add a different segment so we can increase sales. I mean, we're adding diesel gasoline to it because I did a survey around the area. So diesel gasoline, I think we're going to add additional sales.
Okay. Another question that has come up when I was on the Planning Commission, we would ask or discuss if any violations at any of your stores or if you've had any licenses revoked.
No. Never, ever.
Okay. Because I thought I heard you
this
say-
is very good. This is a good question because we've been selling cigarettes for a long time. On 4 of our locations, two of them we sold, and this is the third one that's left. We've never had any incident where we sold cigarette to a minor. That's one. And then, as far as the health department goes, although we're not, we have minimal requirement by health department, but I still hold them to high standards. In fact, since I've been here, I've made a lot of changes, a lot of maintenance changes that would really keep us afloat and above health standards, regulations, So.
Oh, that's great. Because it sounded like to me like you were going to start to say, "Oh, we had one, but then we lost it," or something. And
No.
so that just
You mean license?
yeah.
In the permit? No.
When you were talking in your initial comments, you said, "But we had one," and then you said, "Oh, never mind." So I didn't know if you were going down that path.
No, the only license, aside from just regular food handler license, would be the tobacco license, and we have had the same one forever. Every year we renew it, but we've never had any issues at all, like being fined, some undercover going there, and none of that. And one of them comes from the fact that we have a very low turnover rate, So obviously, employees, yeah.
Okay.
They've been people in other entities that we have. They've been with us ever since we started business. There's one guy I remember. He's been with us for 14, 15 years. This guy was making $5 an hour. Now he's making over $55,000 a year.
Okay. Another question I had was, I guess directed towards staff and you. So, do you have any plans to convert any of your bays to retail?
My first priority goes to convert that into a double smog or a smog repair. So this is, I think it's more, it's very lucrative to stay in that business. It's very less regulated and doesn't require too much manpower and doesn't require too much, there is no inventory to keep. Therefore, that cuts down your cost, when you look at the entire inventory management system. It is better to stay with the product that have no shelf life. You keep a part on the shelf. Doesn't expire unless technology changes or there is no demand for it. So that's my first priority, and it's less labor intensive. It's proof against theft and employees' misconduct. So when I look at all those factors, when I add a different sector to a business. So this particular question, I would say my immediate plans are to change to a test and repair, or have a mechanic shop completely. One of the ways make that the mechanic shop and stay with it. Or if we get busy enough, both of them become smog.
Okay. So here's my question.
This is the short term plan.
Okay. So this is one of my questions for staff, is that, if I recall correctly, was this one a 20%? Was
Yes,
that-
yeah.
And is that something that we can, if they were to expand retail into the service bays, would we be able to hold them to that original space, or would that 20% expand to additional space as if the retail space were to increase?
Ms. Ackerman, I think I defer to you on a question of that nature.
Well, that would depend if you included a condition of approval that capped the square footage of the liquor sales at a certain square footage or linear shelf square footage. 20% if the business were to become larger, like at some of the other gas stations where the convenience market is actually much, much larger. If your only condition was 20% of the retail area is restricted to alcohol, if they expanded the retail area, the percentage would be expanded as well. So I think we've looked at applications. There's other ways to quantify the amount of alcohol. So you might want to look at, if that's your concern, you might want to look at a different way to express the amount of alcohol.
And I guess this would be a follow-up question to the acting city attorney. Could we, with confidence, feel that the condition that we impose would be on square footage or percentage be enforced by the ABC?
Again, that comes down to what the results of the ABC's investigation would be with regard to that. They would consider that, and they are able to place restrictions on the license if they are able to enforce those restrictions. Restrictions to amount of linear shelf space may or may not be something that they could consider that they would be able to enforce. She was very specific that anything that would be enforceable by the city council under a CUP process is not something that is enforceable by the ABC.
Okay, so not definitive. So I guess my last question, again, even to my colleague to my left, is not meant to be antagonistic in any way. However, we recently had a potential, we had a vote before us the last meeting where some members of the city council didn't want to allow someone who's maybe had a relationship with some kind of donation or something like that, a campaign donation to if they received a campaign donation, they wouldn't want to allow us to vote on something coming before us, like a PCN in this case. So did you, in any time at the last election, have any campaign signs up?
Of course, and that was open to everyone. If you see, this was where I knew you were going to go with, and this was my suspicion of him not being here. Let's just not beat around the bushes. Just talk as honestly as possible. There are a lot of people who go there and they put their signs there. Not necessarily, it's unlimited to you folks or whoever is running for office here. We have people who are selling flowers. There are people, we don't charge them. We don't ask them to pay us money to put your sign there. People who are selling real estate. A lot of them. As long as these folks are in Lake Forest, I ask them, some of them I see them, where do you live? In Lake Forest. Okay. Just make sure this doesn't create some type of public inconvenience. Somebody doesn't fall on it. Kids from school, they go there, so just make sure. So, yes, this gentleman put his stuff there, his signs. He put his stuff. There's other people who they had their stuff there too.
You're saying in the last election he did?
Not last. It was when was that? A few years ago.
Okay.
So yeah. So a lot of people go and they even don't know who is putting it because they don't have to have a permit apparently, right? And I don't own that property. That's shopping center. That's not mine. That all this grass area, they're not mine. The only thing I have control over is right around my base, all the way where you park your cars. Just that area, it's not mine. It's shopping center's common maintenance area. So anybody could put anything there. So I was afraid maybe he recused himself because of that. No, he shouldn't have recused himself. He should come in and say, no, I don't want him to have a shop gas station down the street. I have alcohol, beer and alcohol license there. I don't want to have a competition. I understand that.
And by the way, I in no way hold it against you that you didn't put any of my signs up. So
I don't know who's
just so you know.
I have seen some of you there. I guess at the time I didn't know you were working here, but I know there were a lot of signs that belong to different people, and because they were campaign sign, I said, well, these are all city people. I'm going to see them, so I'm not going to take their signs off. Leave it there. There were some signs I took off for real estate people because they were sticking out, and it was unsafe. I felt if children are just running, they're going to fall on them. So I took them out. I put them aside. I told them those signs you cannot put. But again, those were not my. One of them said, "This is not your property." He has his sign off right now. He's a real estate guy. He said, "This is not yours. Anybody could put anything here." I said, "Okay. I just don't want to be liable for something going wrong there." So answering your question, anybody could put their signs out there. I have no control over it.
And on your buildings too?
On my building now. On the buildings now. No one has put anything on my building. You mean it's attached to the wall? No. No one has ever done that. That's guaranteed. If they did, I took it down, I throw it away, but I've never taken anything out because it wasn't there to begin with. Yes,
Okay.
go ahead, please.
I have a picture of one that was on your wall.
Then
Okay, I wasn't going to get into that part.
No, that's fine.
This part's really irrelevant to me, but, it does call into question how well you know your business.
I know.
Because I think probably just about every single person in this room saw multiple signs attached to the building.
To the building.
To the building. Big,
How
giant
long ago
signs.
was that? Like
November? October?
big giant sign on my building?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody they did without my permission.
But they were up for at least a couple weeks. Okay?
On the wall.
On the wall. Okay? So, again, I could care less about that. That means nothing to me.
No, that means a lot to me because
I
my
understand.
employees were instructed to take, nothing goes on the wall because Mobile, the inspectors, when they come out there, they give us a violation. If we get so many violations, we lose our lease.
See, here's
But you're right. I'm not saying.
Here's my struggle, though, okay? Because, again, just about every single person in this room knows they were, except you, okay? And you're telling me that you instructed your staff to not do that.
That was
they
in
know
November,
they're not
right?
supposed to. This was October, November. This issue is meaningless. I'm looking at the larger issue here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my concern is that you're instructing your staff to do things, and they're not doing it. So how am I supposed to know and believe that you're going to instruct your staff to follow ABC guidelines, and they're going to do it? Because they're clearly not listening to you. Okay? You're giving me an example because you just told me there was absolutely no way, and it happened. So again, I don't care about the issue, this specific one, but I care about how well you're running your business because that's what's really important to me. Okay?
I totally understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying, in November, October, how often do we have elections here?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years. November and October, up to December 5th, we were in the process of selling just liquidating one of our businesses. And that was time consuming for me. I was spending 10 hours a day, every day there except for Sundays. So probably I didn't visit this area as much as, or this particular location as much as I would have loved to. But unfortunately, that could have been one of the causes. But you're saying my employees. These guys, they go in there, they have 20 eyes watching what's going on inside. They could have easily not seen that, but that really doesn't mean that the thing that they see right in front of their eyes, that alcohol thing, that those beers or wine, whatever that is, they have no control over that. So that's the exterior of the building. Yes, it is possible to miss that. But are you going to miss? And my judgment on my employees are the number of violations we have not received at all throughout the years for cigarettes, selling cigarettes to minors. We've had zero violation. That's how I'm going to judge it. But you got a good point. outside of the building, they put it on the wall. Somebody put it on the wall, they should have not done that. My employees didn't see it. I just don't know how to explain that, you know, you see, for a couple of months, they had it there on the wall. So,
I have
believe
to,
you, yeah.
I have to admit, you're losing me. So you got to try to win me back. You got to try to explain to me, and maybe she can.
I actually would like to intercede with this. You know, we all, starting in the end of September, we all saw dual Jim Gardner signs on the front of your building with a light shining on it at night. On the side of your building, you had a Liz Miller sign. Everybody in Lake Forest saw the signs up there. So I got a real problem with you saying that you never even saw it up there. It was right above where your air is. So, in fact, it was on the air and water side of your building. And so I got a problem with you.
This is what I'm saying. You're correct. I said I was spending a lot of time in Tucson with the other business that we're trying to.
But I got a big problem because the fact is, you not only had one Jim Gardner sign, and Jim Gardner now has brought himself back in to vote on your project. So yet he had two signs up on the side of his building.
So I have a question for you. So are we to understand that this is a pay-for-play then?
No, he said he never noticed it. He said he didn't notice it.
I disagree with that because
I specifically
Mr.
said
Hamilton
that has
said
no
that you could
bearing
have had his sign up
whatsoever.
there, and we've got pictures of you not having. You've totally deviated from the point of the PNC, and I'd like to get back to that because at this point, the aggressiveness that you're coming at Mr. Jafari and the attitude and the emotion of this.
Your attitude, he said he didn't see it. It's just, it was on the side of his building. It was a 4-foot by 10-foot building.
I'm saying, you know, I mean, what's wrong? We're talking about, I mean, you have records, government records. Go and search to see if you've ever received.
Okay, at this point, then I think at this.
If you receive any violation by health department and by Bureau of Tobacco, cigarette and tobacco, all of those. Just go and look at that. I mean, you're looking at a sign because there is a conflict of interest between you folks for the election, because you were running, or he was running, or he was running. I don't know who was running. Is that what it is? So this becomes very personal.
It's about you not noticing what's on the side of your building.
I have a question.
And your employees.
Is there a city ordinance that states that you can't exercise freedom of speech in this city? Number one. Number two.
Certainly not.
Well, okay, but with what you're saying here, and what I'm understanding then, say that someone else put it, say the owner of the building, he's the COO, maybe he wasn't aware that it was there, maybe somebody did put it up, maybe they don't walk around their building doing their inspections, but the smirk that you've got and the aggressiveness that you're coming at him, that you've totally deviated from the point. And let me ask the attorneys, is there a point to having signs on a building exercising freedom of speech, whether it was or not intended to be up there, and whether they were removed and not removed? I think it's deviating from the initial point of being here.
Councilmember Robinson was asking questions in relation to the applicant's employees, and that's where the questions were going to. And that's the point that the council is on right now. If it does deviate to questions relating to the election and unrelated to the PCN determination, then yes, I would jump in.
But don't you think so? They should have asked me. I mean, I think one of you asked me if I did receive a violation.
Okay, my question, like I said, I was not going to bring this up at all. My question had to do with the fact that you mentioned when Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton brought it up, you said it couldn't have happened and your staff knows not to let it happen. So again, I could care less about that issue. I wasn't running. I'll probably never run again. I could care less. Okay, has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that I'm concerned that your staff doesn't listen to you. Now, you can't be there all the time. You've been very clear about that. And so if you give your staff, which in your own words gave them specific instructions, they know not to do it, mobile will cite you or do whatever, right? And yet it still happened, then if they're willing to jeopardize your relationship with mobile, then what else are they potentially going to do? And that's a question, not a statement. I don't know, but I'm trying to understand the relationship with the staff. You told me, hey, I've got a guy that's been there 9 years, 15 years, long-standing people, great. I do too in my own business, okay? But my concern is it appears that they're not listening to you if you gave explicit instructions. And again, I'm using your words. I'm not trying to make any assumptions here at all.
I don't think it's a big deal because now we're making a big deal out of it, and just as he was straying away from the facts, big deal would have been if you would have identified some evidence that he violated some law and some regulation, CDU or we did it.
Not at all.
Okay, then that's irrelevant to this session.
No, it's not irrelevant because I'm not. Yes, you have freedom of speech. You have the freedom to do whatever you want on your business if we don't have any ordinances. That's not my point, okay? My point is the fact that you, in your own words, said it never could happen. It didn't happen. And it did happen. So now I have to call into question whether or not you know what's going on in your business and whether you'll know what's going on in your business in the future. I'm correlating the two, okay? The signs are irrelevant to me. I don't care. Let's take that out of the...
Obviously, not irrelevant because they were brought up several times.
I did not. I brought up his words.
No, they were brought up several times, and Mr. Hamilton, you brought that up in the last session, too. You said, well, my signs weren't up there, so let's pay for play. Is that what we're assuming at this point?
Absolutely
that had
not.
all of your signs been up there, this would be a moot point.
I brought this
There are no
not.
negative ordinances stating that you're not allowed to put up any signs, correct? I think this has been deviated to the point to where it has taken it so far off of topic that it's really unfair to my client that you continue to talk about signs,
No,
whether your sign wasn't up there.
No, ma'am.
his
I'm
sign was
talking
up there.
about the fact that he emphatically stated that it didn't happen, okay? Now I have to call into question whether or not he's an ethical person or he doesn't know how to run his business.
Excuse me.
Now, wait a minute.
Excuse me.
You cannot
I'm a
say
little
that.
disturbed that the tone from my colleagues is getting a little heated here, and I'd just like to remind you, they're guests in our house, they're residents. I think maybe if we take a 2-minute break or something.
I think we're going to go on because the fact that you have public comments, and then we're going to
Well, I do, but it just seems the tone here is...
Well, it's everybody's getting up. It's like what happened to me earlier. That's okay. I
Mr.
Where in December you come from? Councilman Robinson?
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
suggest that perhaps we move on to any other questions that the council has?
Do we have any other questions from any other council members?
Yes, I have a boatload.
I hope you don't ask if your signs were on the wall.
No, if I wanted to, I could embarrass other people here on the dais by going down that route, but I prefer not to go that route. So let's forget about the signs, except to say that, yes, I had signs there, thank you very much, or thank your employees. In full disclosure, I have used your gas station, and I found your people have always been friendly and helpful, so I have no problems. And once again, you did put up my signs, and thank you very much for that. Also, I'd like to apologize for the amount of time it's taken in this process. Also wanted to add, don't feel so bad about the mistake you made at the podium. I made that myself one time, and I was corrected as well. Having said all that, it was my hope that the staff would have had what we're calling guidelines or policies, and they don't, so I did the research, and I do. And you should feel free to adopt these into your ordinance, and I won't feel bad at all. So by looking at what other cities have and the kinds of guidelines, these are the 10 questions I've come up with, which seem to deal with the issue of public necessity and public convenience, and your answers will give me a little better feeling for whether or not you meet those criteria, because those are the criteria that we're being asked, is meet a public necessity or a public convenience. It doesn't have to meet both of them, it can meet any one of them, and by these questions, you know, quite honestly, it's the first time I'm doing this, so I don't, do you have to have one, do you have to have two, do you have to have no idea about quantity. But these are the questions that other cities seem to be asking in their policies, and...
Can I ask how many questions you have there?
I have 10.
You know, this is something we're in the process of evolving. So we have a process that we're going to have a process and an ordinance to where it actually puts everybody on a playing playing field, a level playing field. So would you like to include them in that, or should we just make a motion to vote?
Include who?
We're in the process of coming up with a policy that would include a CUP to give us more local control.
Well, I think the answer to these questions will help us determine whether or not there's a public necessity being met here or a public convenience.
All right, so on.
I can't imagine not asking them.
All right.
They're far more pertinent than signs.
At 10:30, we have to call a vote and see if we proceed on.
I don't think we have to call a vote at 10:30, do we, City Attorney?
City policy.
Mr. Members of the council, the council's had a long-term policy that once you reach 10:30, you take an affirmative vote to continue on with the meeting at that point. It's sort of irrelevant related to the instant issue here, but that is a common practice.
Okay. So at 10:30, we need to vote to continue or not to vote on this issue.
No. It's you have other issues on the agenda, so sometimes you'll stay to continue those items or continue them to a future meeting, whatever. The issue is you're not bound to obviously leave at 10:30. You can stay here as long as you so desire. The issue is you got to take a vote to decide that you're going to do that.
Okay, well, I'll rush through these as quickly as I can, and either one of you feel free to respond. In terms of public convenience, the 4 questions there: is the tract already fully saturated? In this case, yes, but just. In other words, just full. Are there other outlets near to the proposed business, even if they lie outside the proposed track? Are there? Even though the track is full, is there something across the street as well?
Well, across in Catty Corner, there are none. And the reason is because of the density of homes, and it doesn't look like there's going to be room for expansion. I know that there's one on the other, there's actually a Shell station on the other side. There are none in that track at all. There's just 3 in the track that we currently are in, and we're right on the edge of the corner there, where if we were just across the street, we wouldn't have even had to go through this process.
Okay, are the hours of operation going to be significantly expanded as a result of the new business?
No.
Okay. Is this business going to provide some new product which is unique with regard to either price, quality, and/or variety?
The wines that we had discussed, and Mr. Hamilton, when he was on the commission, we had talked about that. No single malts. We don't intend to do any of that. Most of it would be microbrew, higher-end wines and beers, so that what we're doing, given the demographics that I have shown several times to the commission and also to this council, is a higher-end demographic. They're not prone to hang out at the corner and drink or crack it open right there. They're the type that have come home from work. They're wanting to fill up their tank for the next morning and happen to walk in, get a beer, wine, make it more convenient for them on their way home within that local neighborhood there.
Do you have a sample wine list or beer list of what the products you're going to be offering?
No, but we can provide that for you. We have not put that together, but we're more than happy to provide that to the council.
That would be helpful. The reason I bring that up is when this came up before the Planning Commission and someone said they were going to be offering high-quality wines, and then I visited their store and I took down the names of all their wines, and it turns out their wines were of such low quality they weren't even listed on the wine lover. So
no Thunderbird.
No, but I mean, so that it'd be nice to actually see the list. Okay, those.
We also, excuse me, Councilmember Gardner, we had also indicated to the commission that we were more than happy to put into writing our commitment to this city, that we would stick to what we had agreed to, the no single malt, the little individuals that could be slipped, and so on and so forth. And we had outlined that in the commission, and we also had stated that in the prior city council meeting as well.
Okay, that's public convenience. Public necessity, there are 3 questions. One of them is the company going out of business unless it sells beer and wine? And I think you answered that already. You're looking to make a profit and recover the losses from having engaged in the business. So you're
Correct.
looking at recovering losses. Number 2, if the company sells beer and wine, will there be new employment opportunities for Lake Forest residents? In other words, will it be necessary to hire additional staff, or will the existing sales staff simply handle the additional items?
All right, that may very well happen because there are other locations where they have 2 cashiers. At this time, I only have 1 per shift. And if that happens, then I'm going to have 2 at the same time. When, I don't know. So we're going to have to collect some data on the first few months after we introduce this new product to our product. And if that requires us to hire an additional staff, of course we're going to have to do that. I don't want to have a line of 10 people standing up because now we got additional sales. People are picking up wine, beer. It's waiting. That defeats the purpose.
Okay.
Most likely the answer would be yes.
Okay, third question in public necessity. If the company sells beer and wine, will there be an increase in sales tax revenue for the city, or is it likely that the new sales generated by the company will cannibalize the sales from other outlets and the net to the city will be the same?
The forecast I have done, it will not cannibalize the existing sales. It's going to be an addition. Obviously, addition leads to additional sales taxes both for the city and the state.
Okay, and then there are a thing called disqualifiers that other cities use, and those are issues like elevated rates of alcohol-related crime. I believe the police chief has said no, right? Are there in that area?
Right, we don't anticipate any significant increase in the area.
Okay, and the other issue there is the business close to sensitive land uses like schools, parks, youth centers, child care facilities, homeless shelters, etc.? Are those close by?
There's only one Montessori, but that's very tightly controlled. Parents drop off, pick up. They're not running around. There's no parks or playgrounds or anything like that.
That's on the other side of this.
Right. The high school is on the other side behind the Shell station, which is significantly further down the road.
Okay, thank you.
What you guys wrote there, are there any other establishments in your corner parking lot that has sales of alcohol beverages? And is that within 100 yards? 100 yards of your business?
It's right within 100 yards, just within.
How far would you estimate the Montessori school is within your business? 100 yards. Do you have any plans to close any of your service bays out now and just keep it to the smog check?
As I said, I'm looking to expand into 2 different things. Either add another smog. Other smog, I just went ahead and developed some websites. We're working with Google to increase our sales from the website to smog. And it seems like it's working. So the smog sector is picking up about 30 to 40% additional sales. So that leads me to believe that we do have the customer base here for us. So we may go and have both of them. I hired another smart technician. So that's one area that I'm pushing towards. Or go to test and repair. Make one of the way repair.
Okay.
Now I know you guys were talking about if I would ever expand the market. That is option number 3. So everything is out there. But I don't like to go to option number 3 because, as I said, it's very well regulated and it's very difficult. It's control based, and I am about process simplification and have a supply chain that really doesn't require too much technology and doesn't require too much babysitting.
All right. everybody knows I'm disabled. I'm in a wheelchair. And what you're asking us as a city is convenience and necessity permit. I could pump gas at your station and roll and get a six-pack of beer and be back before my tank is full with gas. How do you justify a convenience permit for that?
Excuse me, repeat that question?
I'm in a wheelchair.
Right.
I can pump gas, start my gas, and roll to 7-Eleven and get a six-pack of beer and be back at my car before my pump turns off and my tank is full. How do you justify it being a convenience?
Well, you know, this is, and we've brought this up before. Being a woman as I am, sometimes what I don't like to do is walk through dark parking lots. I don't like to walk through an area where it has a higher propensity after a certain hour to have people that are specifically there for alcohol. People coming in for gas, usually wanting to grab a bottle of wine or a six-pack of beer to go home to eat with their family. It's a lot more convenient that way. I understand the disabled, being disabled myself, I've had back problems and so on and so forth. It's easier for me if I'm pumping gas not to have to walk over or not to have to get back into the car, go find parking at a crowded parking lot. Grocery stores, forget it. Having to walk around at the end of the day after I'm exhausted, my back is hurting. I don't want to have to walk around and do all of that. It's easier to pump my gas, go in, get what I want, and go home.
I understand that, but again, I'm not even able to walk. I got to roll in my wheelchair, and for me to transfer into my seat in the car and then park somewhere else. But what I again said, I asked you how far, and it's within 100 yards is the 7-Eleven,
Right.
and I can get my gas, pump my gas, and roll my wheelchair to the 7-Eleven and be back at the gas station before my tank is full. So just to justify, I don't even have to get in my car.
You could make the same statement for cigarettes, too. You know, we sell cigarettes, too. And so instead of getting your Marlboro Lights there, you could roll over to 7-Eleven and do the same thing.
Our city has been educated by one of our council members on the overabundance of alcohol, and I think that it is something that you are in the same parking lot. I don't see the convenience necessity as a permit from the city, because the location of you in the vicinity that you are in with the same parking lot as 7-Eleven.
Well, they tend to sell Bud Light, Miller Light, lower-end beer. Same thing with the wine. You know, Red Bull, whatever it's called, Thunderbird, that kind of thing, or lower-end types of wines. What we're looking to do within this outlet is sell, like we had stated before, more of the higher-end wines, the microbrews, something like that that's a more convenient shop, you know, and again, the convenience is the gas station, being able to do that and just go home and not have to do multiple parks and goes.
Okay.
You have to keep in mind a part of, my apologies for interrupting you, a part of the business analysis I did in terms of sales was looking at a high margin product where instead of selling a six-pack for what, $10, whatever, 7-Eleven sells $8, I'd rather sell the six-pack for $15, whatever here. Same thing for the wine, instead of selling the wine for $7, $8, I'd like to sell the wine for $30, $25. And so I can have maybe the same profit, but less traffic coming to the store, given the amount of square footage, right? Now, these are some of the stuff I asked.
One of Councilman Gardner's questions were, do you think you'll cannibalize the business that's in your same parking lot?
No, it will not.
Okay.
I mean, this is a totally different product. You have to keep in mind. It's not like, you know, you have, if I add another mechanic bay, am I going to cannibalize my business?
No.
Maybe a little bit on the small piece, but then I'm going to have some addition, people who need their car fixed as well, small and fixed. So, you know, yeah, I'm going to get people who small get a car, they would have come there anyway, but then I'm going to add some people who are going to come fix the car. Then I'm going to lose the ones who just require certain type of licensing. But at the end, it's going to add. This particular product is very different. It's not like Coke and Pepsi. It's completely different. If I had already beer, and then I would have added high-end beer, perhaps I would have said you would have cannibalized some of it. But this is a totally new product for us.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Is there any other questions for council?
I have a quick comment for Councilman Robinson. You had a great point, but don't judge me based on this picture. It's beyond that. But you do have an excellent point.
Thank you.
I don't. I'm only looking at what we're talking about tonight. Okay. But I have to admit, I was pretty insulted.
By me?
No. I apologize if you don't recall your last name.
Dr. Matthews.
Dr. Matthews.
Insulted by what?
By just calling my ethics into question. And what
I didn't call your ethics. You
Well,
called my client's ethics into question.
I did.
I never called your ethics.
You were
called
referring to the fact that I was having a discussion about signs, and I was correlating to training and staff.
You called his character into ethics or question. I never called your character into ethical question.
All right.
We can agree to disagree.
We'll close the
Appreciate
debate now. Thank you so
Appreciate
much. And with that,
Thank you.
do we have any? Thank you. Do you have any public comments?
No additional speakers.
No additional speakers. At this time, we'll close comments and we'll bring it back for deliberation.
That's right.
Well, council.
Yeah, I'd be, because I had some bad experience in the past where the data I was being given wasn't exactly reliable, I would be comfortable if they would bring back, and I apologize because that means another meeting, but if they brought back the sales projection, which showed that we might be adding additional staff people, and the menu, which would show that, in fact, they would be providing something unique in terms of quality. If they could bring that back, I'd be comfortable, voting. In the absence of that, I feel I don't have, the full picture.
Okay. At this time, we're here to accept or deny or do nothing.
That's correct, to take some action, either to approve, deny, or decide to formally take no action.
Okay, you have a motion.
I do have a motion. First of all, I find the bar for PCNs to be fairly low, right? ABC doesn't give a whole lot of information to us, and as I've looked at this particular track, okay, we're talking about a minimal increase. It's not significant, okay? So, with that said, I'm going to do the same thing that I did 2 months ago, okay? And I'm going to move that we approve the PCN. And I'll look for a second.
I'm going to make an alternative. I'd like to move that we deny the PCN and wait without prejudice, and allow them to come back when we have a formula process, and then that list of wines and beers can be up, because we're not far off from that, according to City Manager, are we?
It's as I said earlier, Mr. Mayor, you're a couple of months at least away from that.
I'd like to make a motion that we make a substitute motion that we deny at this time without prejudice, and formulate the questions that, some of those great questions, and I thank you, applaud you for bringing those questions forth, but those need to be in our policy, and with that, so I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that, but I just have a quick question to staff. When was the date they applied, and when is that 12-month? If they appeal, or if they within 12 months don't have, they can reapply in 12 months. When would that time be that they could reapply if they have a no? Is there a calculation for that? And while you're looking that up, I love Lake Forest businesses. I think I feel strongly about this local control and the CUP allowing us to have that local control for hours, square footage, the single sales. Again, I don't hold anything against you on having those signs up. That was just something I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. I love liberty and freedom, and I'd really encourage you to apply again. If you're denied at this point, I'd encourage you to apply again under the CUP process, which really, to me, is what we need in the city.
With that, we call a vote.
Okay, hold on.
We're closing off the debate, so. All right, go ahead.
I can appreciate the two new members having some concern about this, okay? Because you guys haven't been here for some of the other ones. But my concern is that I just don't like changing rules in the middle of the game. That's my problem, okay? So, and that's my frustration, okay? So, I mean, I've voted on some of these and I've denied them when there was significant saturation. And there's not much here. So, that's why I made my initial motions.
I think, and in argument to that, I think that it's within the parameters of us as a city, a local governing agency, to keep within our rules of how they operate, and the fact is, in keeping them within that and not leaving it up to the state. So,
but why haven't we done that before? That's my question.
Because the council has now voted that we go forth to this process.
And I totally agree with you, Councilman Robinson. I'm really torn on this one.
Yeah, on the other hand, we do have to, it is a new council.
That part, like I said, I agree.
And there is a new council, and, I'm not Catherine, he's not Marcia, and so we do look at I don't mean that, in a bad way, but we do look at things differently, and we may have a higher, or a different bar, I won't say higher bar, and that's, I don't think we need to apologize for being the new.
I think I look more like Dave Bass.
And with that, I'll call the vote, and then we'll be voting on.
Okay, for clarification, the motion was to deny without prejudice to rebring the application for a PCN determination, notwithstanding what would otherwise be a 12-month time limit before they could rebring that application, correct? Okay.
And that motion passes 3-1 with Robinson opposed.
That brings us. I don't want it. You want to do it?
Mr. Mayor, if we could, the special counsel needs instruction from the council to prepare a letter to the ABC informing them of the denial of the PCN determination.
So moved. A motion. I'll make that motion that you prepare the letter for ABC.
Okay, we're going to need a resolution with findings for the denial.
With resolutions for the findings of the denial.
Okay, and then you're going to need to give me the findings to put in the letter for the denial.
The findings for the denial. I think it's what the council has deemed that it's the parameters of where we are for the PCN process and the development of our policy that includes the PCN for future alcohol sales in the city.
Could we say that there was insufficient information to establish a public necessity or public convenience?
Yeah.
And that way it says, if they brought back more information, we might have,
In addition, I think there were some questions that were answered in the negative, just some of the questions you asked.
Yeah, although bear in mind, you didn't have to get past them all.
Yeah, but I think there were enough that were negative. That didn't satisfy, I think.
There are negative,
Yes.
yes, there are
I
some
think
negative ones.
Adding those to the record, too,
But I wouldn't preclude, having a couple of negative and a couple of positive. It's not like one negative kills you. Or
right.
two
It's
negatives.
It's just part of the, in the planning commission, we kind of went through that, but.
Okay. Well, did you want to give, like, for example, and the track is fully saturated, and there are other outlets near to the proposed business. Those would be two of the negatives.
We can always overturn positives.
Well, and there was insufficient information on the other ones, and there were a couple of negatives. I don't think we need to beat it to death.
Is that it for the findings from the council? Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we continue on with the meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Thank you, council.
That motion carried unanimously. Agenda item 18, discussion regarding the development of the 5-year strategic business plan submitted by Deputy City Manager, Director of Management Services.
Mayor and members of the City Council, as I mentioned during the presentation of the Community Satisfaction Study results, this is the start of the process for the update to the city's 5-year strategic business plan. Tonight, your agenda includes an item to basically check in with the council about the process used traditionally to update the 5-year plan. So normally, as I mentioned, we start with the community survey results, which you had tonight, and our next step would be to schedule a joint meeting between yourself and the Planning Commission and the Park and Rec Commission. So on your agenda tonight is a brief staff report that talks about the various inputs into the plan and the outputs of the plan, along with the process. And so given where we are in our schedule, we wanted to check in with the council and determine if you'd like any changes to that process. So staff's looking for direction as whether you'd like to validate what's been done in the past and just stay with the same schedule, if you'd like to modify it in any way, or if you have any further instructions for us regarding the update to the 5-year plan. So this concludes my staff report. Tonight we have Carla Tomaino and Hannah Shin-Haydorn here to answer any questions regarding the report, and we're looking forward to your input.
All right, with that, I'll bring it back to council. Do we have any public comments?
No, Your Honor.
How about
Bring-
Mr. Nick? Can't he rejoin us? Oh, he's gone? Oh, here he comes. Why don't you invite him back? Let him get a cookie first.
Bring it to council as we're waiting for Councilman Nick.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thanks. I've only been through the process once in just a few months after I was elected. I felt like it was a good process. I liked having the commissioners here. I thought that was important. We had a lot of great feedback from them. I don't think that it needs to be an exhaustive meeting by any stretch. I think that similar to what we heard from Dr. McCarver today, we should be staying the course, which is what the community seems to want us to do. At this point, I don't see any need for wide deviations from where we've been already. So it's just, in my mind, a check-in to make sure that we're headed in the right direction on all fronts. And we'll probably find some minor things to tweak here and there, but it's not like we're trying to overhaul this completely. My concern would be if we did overhaul our 5-year strategic plan, that who knows, maybe we could make up a few percent in that and go from 90 to whatever to get to 94. I think there's a much higher probability that we could go from 90 to 82 or something like that. So it's, again, I don't see any need for wide deviation from what we've been doing. So, my assessment is we should just stay the course and stick with how we've been doing it.
I too have been here since 2010. This is, I think, my third process, and I'm looking forward to having your seats, staffers, with our commissioners, because it's quite intriguing to have all our commissioners here with us and to discussing as city leaders with the commissioners. I think that it's something we get a lot of input and a lot of great ideas generated at that meeting. And so I too think that the varying too far from where we are now would lead us in the wrong direction. I hope that you all will be here and excited about having all our commissioners here, because we have so many new commissioners on both commissions. I think that it will be quite stimulating. So I too agree that I'd go so far as to leave it open for discussion, but I'd make a motion that we stay the course and go forward with the 5-year plan and wait for the commissioners to come back to input with us.
Second on that motion.
But that's open for discussion still, so it's an open thing.
Yeah, to completely disagree, and why not? It's late. We certainly disagreed several times tonight. I think it's a new council and new commissions, number one. So I think it's important that this not be a brief, afternoon meeting, that we thoroughly go into everything. And why is that? Well, for one reason, our general plan is 20 years old. So people are coming before us for amendments all the time. For another thing, we just saw at the Whispering Hills how we seem to be doing one-off projects. And then you can't do the Whispering Hills till you do the Portola. And then what about all those other lands and all those other things and all the other stuff? Seems to me we have some major issues to be dealt with in a global manner that we, in the past, honestly haven't been dealing with, I don't think, effectively. And so I would be more in favor of bringing in an outside firm that specializes in strategic planning and have them run it. Imagine for a park, we have a park, and we spend $30,000 to have consultants come in and help us manage a park, but we're not going to have, experts in strategic management consulting come in and tell us how to manage a $35 million budget. So it seems to me that we need that kind of, particularly since it's new, there's been such a tremendous turnover. I think we need professional help to help us in that, and not simply tweak a 5-year plan that's based on, what people have been doing for the last 20 years. So I'd like to see us, I agree, be exciting, it'll be great, but I think we need to step it up, and if it went 2 days, that wouldn't be the end of the world too, and it wouldn't, open-ended, but I think we need that kind of professional help to open it up to everything and look at all the interrelationships between all the parts.
So I think I'll jump in here. I have been through some strategic planning processes, and I think they're very valuable if they go along the course that I think having an outside consultant, having extended time toward those, and I think of it as staying the course, but having more. I think one of the things I would say too is to have specific goals for like a 1 year, and to add like a 1 year goal, and not to increase the process or increase the, what am I trying to say? It's getting late. Something about adding undue complexity. But I think sometimes if you do a 5-year, it seems like to me that it's difficult to achieve it unless you make shorter term goals to be able to achieve the 5-year, is I guess where I'm trying to go with. So, you know, some of the comments, and this would be my second one, along with Councilman Robinson, and I think some of the comments that I heard at the last one, and you know, any current people that were at the meeting, I'm not talking about you here in the audience, but it seemed as if there were some policy type discussions that were centered around the CIP, and so I don't know if everyone quite got, like, you know, I just remember some discussions about CIP and then someone talking about policy, and so I think there was a little disconnect on some of the. I think in general it went well, and I like. I also want to stay the course. I think it's important that we continue the great tradition we have here in Lake Forest, but I think putting a little more time into it, having someone help us run the meeting would definitely benefit, and including a little bit more, including things toward a 1-year goal to be able to achieve the 5-year CIP. And it might not necessarily be a 5-year CIP that would, some of the goals that are on the initial, that first year. I think it can be broader than CIP. You know, some of the goals, if we were to say, hey, there's 5 goals we want over the next year to achieve.
Outside of the Civic Center, we're focused on fiscal responsibility here, so, and that's what the residents want us to be focused on. We've got a healthy reserve. My concern, and I include myself in this, but my concern is that the more time you give government to talk about stuff, the more projects we'll come up with to try to spend every last dollar we have. So, you know, that's why I don't see much need in it. Yeah, we can talk about, you know, Normandale Park, you know, but do we have $15, $20 million to build it right now? You know, I mean, how long is that going to take? We can talk about all these things, but they won't even fit into the 5-year plan here. You know, they might fit into our 20-year. I mean, a lot of people were frustrated by it, you know, that it took the sports park to take so long to be built. But at the same time, you talk to most residents, which each one of us have done when we're campaigning, the number one issue they always have is fiscal responsibility. I want to make sure that my city is fiscally sound. So that's why we don't go out and borrow a bunch of money like some of our neighboring cities do to go out and build, you know, monstrosities or whatever it might be to satisfy the whim of a special interest here or there, you know. And so that's my concern. I mean, I don't see a whole lot of value in all that. We'll be talking about things that, you know, some of the things have already been mentioned that will be well outside the 5-year period here. So, I mean, if you're saying let's talk about more than just a 5-year strategic plan, okay, now we're talking about something pretty significant. If we're talking about, you know, general plan, you know, that's kind of in the process right now, trying to take a look at it. And the price tag that's been thrown out at me on updating our general plans, like $1 million. So, you know, do you want to build the dog park, or do you want to build a community garden, or do you want to update a general plan? And how important is it to update that general plan and spend that kind of money, because that's going to impact your ability to spend on CIPs, right? So it's, again, I don't see a whole lot of value in having a really long meeting, because I think we're just going to talk about a lot of stuff that we probably won't be able to accomplish. We're going to set expectations in the community that are almost impossible to meet, and we may be already doing that as individual council members, who knows, you know. But it's the thing that we need to be most focused on is fiscal responsibility, and then covering the things that local government is supposed to focus on. And that's what we do here. It's law enforcement, it's roads, it's parks. We've got a lot of parks here. We've just delivered the nicest one in, I'd say all of Orange County, but definitely South Orange County. And we're working on a fantastic civic center, you know, over the next, that should be built in this 5-year time frame, you know. And as far as one-year goal. I mean, we're doing this every 2 years, looking at the 5-year plan. So we're trying to accomplish that, maybe not in 1 year, but in 2-year chunks, and taking a look at, okay, how are our revenues coming in? How much money do we actually have to spend? So if any of you end up winning the lottery, you win Powerball, and you want to donate a bunch of money to the city, and we can build all of these projects that, you know, every special interest would love to have, more power to you. But until then, I mean, again, my focus is on staying the course, focusing on fiscal responsibility, and then looking at the little surpluses that we have, making sure that our reserves are healthy, and trying to figure out how we can accomplish the goals that the community wants. We have those community workshops with facilitators and consultants because you never know who's going to show up. I mean, you just have Mary and Joe showing up who are focused on a particular issue here in town, right? And you're trying to guide them. I would hope that we don't need the same level of guidance because we're in this a little bit more than the average resident, and we should have a pretty good handle on what's going on. So I just don't see the need, but that's where I'm at.
I think with between the 5 of us, you're not going to get any reckless spending, no matter what comes out of the strategic plan. But you know, you're talking about fiscal responsibility. We have Whispering Hills, we have Normandale, we have the 5 acres by the railroad track. We have there's all kinds of land around here that's sitting fallow and is set fallow for 20 years that we're not utilizing. We should be talking about utilizing. If it's selling it, if it's whatever we're doing with it, et cetera. We're not doing that. That stuff's sitting there. We have all kinds of needs, whether it's a sports arena or a community garden or apparently a swimming pool or a dog park or all those kinds of things. All that stuff is sitting out there, and it really hasn't been looked at from a global point of view. And what are all those pieces of land we have? What should we be doing with them? What are all those things we need? What are they going to cost? How should we look them in? Honestly, I was at the last one, and I didn't see anything even vaguely approaching that. I don't see that in the 5-year plan. So, I think that's what we have to be teasing out. I agree with you. We don't need to revise. This is not worth $1 million to revise the general plan. But we might be looking at, he's not here, the new planning commissioner was talking about, looking at zones, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's a lot of global planning, and there's a lot of resources we aren't using that we should be looking at. And without raising the expectations, without foolishly spending the money, I have in the course of my life sat at many strategic plannings. I several times used to make a handsome living doing strategic planning, and in most cases they're very valuable and they help an organization put that together. So I would prefer, taking a shot. If it bombs out, then, the next time you say, Jim, your idea sucked, let's not do it again. Fine, but I'd like to see us try that and see what we come up with.
And so one of the things I was just going to mention, too, and I completely agree with you, and I'm not trying to say one of the items in the strategic plan is going to be X. However, so financially responsible could be interpreted many different ways. And so, to you it may mean no debt for a civic center. And it may mean to, I think Keith mentioned earlier tonight, our CFO, Director of Finance, something about debt for the future for the Civic Center. So to me, I think that's a conversation that we could have that, maybe the council says, hey, we only want to take out $1 million of debt, no debt, $10 million of debt. And so, and we'd like the reserve levels to be at $45 million, $50 million. And so some of those more 1 or 2 year goals can kind of get flushed out a little bit more. And we can put into hey, we want to achieve this kind of level of financial stability, or hey, we want to. This is not to say that I'm not trying to discuss the item, but it's a potential item. Do you want to have a certain level of customer service or a certain level of sheriff response time? All right, just all these things that I think that we may have informally, we may have them in a strategic plan somewhere, but I think updating them and putting them out there shows that we're planning the city of Lake Forest and certain achievable goals that we can accomplish, and here are the actual items that we want to achieve.
To that point, I think that's what we come together as a council and our commissioners together with. We all know that Civic Center is coming, and we're all anticipating and excited about the senior center attached to that. Police services, Lake Forest Police Services will be in that building. Our new theater will be in the chamber, in the theater hall there. I think that we have our visions, and it's coming together with our other commissioners and pushing for these ideas and talking about that in an open air arena here, where we talk about the excess land that we have and making our plans for where we kind of envision what we have left and where we have these allocations of open space, so where we can put the community garden, the other dog park, the arena soccer. There's room for them all, but I think it's coming together with our other commissioners and so on. I think that for us to go out and hire a consultant to come in here and tell us how to do it, I think that let's bring our brains. We have a new city planner that's on our planning commission. We have a new Park and Recs commissioner. I mean, we have such talent here, and the fact is our staff, look at where we are. Stay the course. We have an $82 million sports park built. It was the gem of all of Orange County. We're going in the right direction. Then I think that you guys need to be, you'll be excited to see what we come up with at our general plan meeting, where we have all the commissioners here with us. I mean, it's a prudent thing to do. I mean, we only have so much money coming in, and to hire a specialist to come out and try to tell us where we have so many input from ours. I mean, Jim, me and you agree that these walking distance community dog parks are a great addition. The locations that we have found in open space is I think is just opening our eyes to the possibility. But the fact is, the resources we have as a city have to be managed, and so I think that we have the staff, the talent here. So let's just bring our heads together, and I think that next planning meeting will be a great thing.
You know, the consultant doesn't tell us. What the consultant does is provides an environment in which those ideas from all the people with the talent get, put into a framework that becomes useful. So, no, I don't need anybody to come in here, but to run a strategic planning workshop, which is just why we do it for a dog. I mean, for the Patola Park. We don't just go ahead to the recreation people who have their talents and say, now go design a park for us. No, we go out and we bring in specialists who are designed to put all of that together and come up with the best plan possible. If we do that for a $500,000 park, why wouldn't we do that for a $35 million budget?
But I think the general strategic plan is to get our plans and our priorities put down, and then we go out and hire those because the fact is they'll all be put in the capital improvement project list, and then we will.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't mean this in any bad way, I guess you've never actually been in a really good strategic plan to know how beneficial that can be. So give it a shot and see, and then if I'm wrong, but
I'll tell you, like I said, when I got elected here, I said I would focus on my experiences in my own private business and my experiences interacting with people in town through my kids and so forth. I've wasted 6 figures on consultants coming in for strategic planning and facilitation. And you know what? Just like you kind of chuckled, they made a healthy living just like you did, right? I didn't see a whole lot of value in having them there. They basically were regurgitating everything that I said, right? Now, if we didn't have a strong group of people here, then they might need to try to pull it out of us. But I think we've got a strong group here. So I don't see the value. But, that's really less of my problem, though, than trying to make this some really long event, because I just don't see the value in that. I mean, I feel like we're being told stay the course. So I don't want to spend a bunch of time talking about things that I think are already, well, it's kind of the leave good enough alone, leave 90% plus alone. Why? Because government has a tendency to screw it up.
But that's why we've left the 5.5 acres by the railroad sitting there for all these years. That's why Whispering Hills is sitting there vacant for all these years. That's why, et cetera, et cetera. So let's spend a little time and come up with a global plan how to use these resources.
And like I said, if someone had given us Powerball winnings, Whispering Hills wouldn't be vacant. But where's the money? Right?
Maybe we
So
should
there's a
sell.
reason-
Maybe
there's a
we
reason
should
why.
sell Whispering Hills and use the money at maybe we should sell the 5.5 acres by the railroad track and use that money to develop Normandale. I mean, these are the kinds of things that you need to talk about in strategic planning instead of simply saying, "Oh, we've got the civic center and we're going to do that." Yeah, but what about the whole picture?
Doctor.
Okay, and some of those items might actually work. They might fit into all of this. I'm not saying that we can't talk about that, but I'm just saying the longer we talk about it, just like tonight, I think we've screwed up plenty, okay, in my mind, all right? But you give us too much time, that's what's going to happen, right? It's best to just focus on the targeted, what are things that we can actually accomplish, be very focused on them, and keep your set of goals achievable and small, right? Because that's what you focus on, what you can accomplish. Okay, I recall going through that the last time with a bunch of projects, like on one sheet of paper, that have been sitting out there in the 5-year strategic plan, and probably since day one of this city. Okay, why? Well, because people had time to sit around and throw out every single idea they wanted, and then try to remove that from a list and not get at least a special interest of 5 people to come chew your ear off because you removed it. You give us too much time, we're going to screw it up. That's just my philosophy.
So, Dr. Councilman, Dr. Gardner, Mayor Pro Tem Andrew Hamilton, you guys are the policy makers, so we are going to be the ones that are here, so you're not left out. And so I just don't think that we need that guiding.
All right, I'll cave on that, but can we consider, and so to your point, Councilman Robinson, I too feel like government gets out of hand and there's going to be too many projects. So, what I'd like to see, and I think I made this comment during the last one, is, I don't know what the budget is that we have for CIP. And so I think we need to constrain the types of things that come forward, and I think that's that kind of like a financial model. We've got, here's where we're looking, here's where we want to go, and we've got like a budget that, hey, you know what, we've got $10 million in CIP we're going to spend over the next 5 years, or we're going to spend $50 million, or we're going to take out debt. We're all going to do these things, and so I think putting some constraints on that, I'm with you. But I would just ask if we could do like we have a long-term 5-year, but I think having a 2-year like plan or goal setting, whatever we want to call it, and some of the options might be, hey, we want to measure traffic and improve it by X percent or X whatever.
I'll take
Some
that
of
as
the
a
things-
friendly amendment.
All right.
And I'm going to call the vote. We done with discussion?
What are we voting on? I don't think that's...
Do we need a vote on that?
Mr. Members of the Council, given the dialogue that you've had, I think it would probably be best expressed as a motion, and I believe what I heard was that the Council's desire was to not have a facilitator, but clearly to, well, taking into consideration what Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton said about information related to available resources, we would be presenting all of that to you as part of that dialogue that we would first go through. So if your intention is to proceed as we have in the past. At this juncture, then I think it'd be best to memorialize that in a motion second.
Okay, then my motion would be to continue the course and go head for our 5-year strategic plan and add and recommendation, and I'll accept that, our 2-year goals.
Part of what you'd be doing is creating a 2-year CIP.
Yes, yeah.
That's what you do ordinarily. Your goals annually are embodied in your operating budget every year. Council has goals that it sets for itself. Each of the departments have goals for themselves. Those are your 1-year goals. Your 2-year goals are your 2-year CIP, unless you have programmatic issues that you want to have done outside of capital projects in a 2-year. I think that may be what Member Tim Hamilton is talking about. You can certainly do that as well as part of that process.
Well, I think everything we covered at the 5-year strategic plan. So if we, are you comfortable with that? Do we have to see a 2-year capital improvement?
So can I ask City Manager, so do we have like hey, this fiscal year a goal we want to achieve like X reserves?
You don't have it expressed quite to that level of detail. So I'm saying you would embody that ordinarily. I think as if the council has a goal like that, you'd want to put it into the operating budget. You have council goals by department. You'd want to articulate those. You could look at there exist today in the budget that you're operating under now. Whether they're having a specificity is another matter. There's also measurement guidelines that each department has about response times, for example, with police services. So you can look at those and decide that you want greater specificity in your overall statement about goals and objectives and how you measure those. Certainly you could do that when you do the budget this year. I think that's born out of your 5-year conversation.
I just don't know if the budget's the right time, because I think we're doing strategic planning, so it just feels like to me it's more natural to do it during the strategic planning.
I believe that's what I said. You would start that out as part of your 5-year plan conversation.
So you go, yeah. Okay. With that, I call the vote.
That motion carried 4-1, with Councilmember Gardner dissenting.
Okay. With that, bring City Manager's report.
Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Gardner.
City Clerk, could you hand out that the flyer with the pretty picture on it? No, the other one. Okay. This is the follow-up, the Saddleback Valley Art League, who were here before with all those marvelous pictures, and those were the Lake Forest residents of the Saddleback Valley Art League. And I'd like to get consensus on moving forward in helping to support the arts. And the proposal are the goals to use Lake Forest City Hall and Lake Forest Sports Recreation Center to schedule Artist of the Month showings, use the Sports Center maybe once or twice a year for arts in Lake Forest, develop an online presence. It's kind of all laid out there. This is something to give the staff to bring back to us and say, you know, this is what would be involved in these. I think the costs are probably minimal, but just, et cetera. So I'm looking at consensus to ask the staff to, at some point in the future, come back to us with how we make that operation.
I'm supportive of that. I would make one comment that, you know, I think that this probably falls under recreation to a certain extent. So I think it might make the most sense to direct to the Park and Recreation Commission, but I'm not trying to usurp but it just seems to make the most sense, and then because I'd rather that they had to pick who the Artist of the Month was, or somebody else other than me, so I don't have to get in trouble for that.
Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. Are you sleeping or you're actually nodding yes? Yes. Okay. Yeah, good. Good idea.
So that's 2. We need 1 more.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I think it was unanimous.
Okay, great. The other issue I wanted to bring up, I'm looking for consensus, is Andrew and I, Mayor Pro Tem Hamilton and I had a meeting the other day, and with the staff, and we were talking about Ridge Route and doing something with Ridge Route. It's ugly, it's sitting there, and we believe something could be done with it. if nothing else, just to, stripe it and make it useful for the excess parking, because there's so much parking in that area, or possible other options. So we'd like, knowing that it's on the master plan, et cetera, must we sit there with that sore-looking thing for the next 20 years, or isn't there something we could do with that in the interim to get some kind of a use out of it? So I'd like the staff to, it's not a high priority because it's been sitting there for 20 years, but at some point, come back to us with some plans to do something with that Ridge Route extension.
Yeah, I'll go for that too.
Is that the bridge at the end of Ridge Road?
Yeah, the bridge or whatever it is.
Okay, and clarification on why that's there. Okay, we'll come to that then.
We'll include that, I think, when it comes
yeah.
back, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
That brings us to Councilman Nick.
As Mr. Donick says, nothing further. Good night.
Councilman Robinson.
I would like to have agendized a discussion about planning commission meetings. So I'll
Second.
leave it as general as that. So.
Okay, second.
Thirded.
Okay.
I think you're fourth.
Or fourth, okay.
This other one's just a little bit more sensitive. I appreciate Councilman Nick coming to the mic. I appreciate the fact that he was willing to have a discussion with some residents who are in the room. But in light of some recent events, I would like to have a ethics discussion at our March 3rd meeting with respect to some of the recent events, and just have more of a public discussion about the issue. So looking for consensus on that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, discussion of ethics. Council ethics?
No,
Or
with
just
respect.
ethics in general?
This is specifically with respect to just recent events regarding Councilman Nick. So.
Be in favor of a general ethics discussion, but I think you have three anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Brings us to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Hamilton.
And I didn't have a chance to talk to staff, but I think you probably may be considering a 25th anniversary of the city, and so that's coming up here shortly. And I think forming a committee to explore celebration of our city's 25th anniversary is probably a good idea, and so I'd like to gain council consent on that item.
Good idea.
Support it.
2016? 2016, yeah.
Next year?
Yeah. Well, thank you. You got that. Is that it?
Is that, Mr. Mayor, is that the consensus to bring it back for
Yeah.
further conversation by the council with some direction at that juncture?
And
one final thing, I wanted to thank staff for the reports tonight. The other thing was you have had that orientation for Dr. Gardner and I appreciated staff, all the department heads meeting with us at various meetings, if it was myself alone or with Councilman Gardner. So I wanted to thank staff for that. It was very appreciative and got a lot of good things out of there. So.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Is it over? It's over? Oh, okay.
And, with that, I'd like to remind everybody that our Meet the Mayor is this coming week, and so I'd like to make sure that everybody's there. So with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Nothing further.